Chapter 400. In the end, the mother still managed to crawl in front of Philip. She was only one step away, but her hands were fixed in the air, trembling, as if she was about to use the power of burning her life. But in the end, she still failed and fell down powerlessly. "You failed," he. In the midst of his maniacal laughter, Philip pounced on the young girl who had lost her sense of security because her mother was not by her side. Countless maggots poured out of his body. Philip opened his arms and made a hugging gesture. "Good girl, don't cry. Come, let me hug you." He did not show mercy because of her young age. On the contrary, he planned to use even more inhumane means to obtain pleasure. "Stop!" At least 3 people shouted at the same time, including Tom. He was already unable to suppress his anger. He could not stand by and watch this evil spirit viciously attack a young child. However, when he used all his strength to activate Swift Wind and rush out of the crowd to stop him, a figure flashed past him even faster. The figure ignored the terrifying maggots and grabbed Philip's hands tightly like lightning. Furthermore, this person was still a young man. Just when Philip was half a meter away from the girl, his vision blurred. There was another person in front of him who grabbed his arms. "Enough." Reynolds spat out 2 words coldly. Although it was really better to avoid trouble now, Reynolds really couldn't bear it anymore. After eating the royal family's secret medicine that Elena gave him, all of his attributes had been improved. Speed, strength, resistance, and healing ability had been greatly improved, but it was only temporary. Just when he was about to taste the wonderful taste of killing people again, someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He could not think of anyone who dared to meddle in other people's business after seeing his tyrannical power. But he knew that no matter who this person was, he had to die. But when Philip raised his head and saw a pair of eyes, instead, he shivered. The eyes were not angry, but they were lifeless, as if they were dead. Philip had an illusion that the owner of the eyes came from the underworld and looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, and also made him determined to kill this person. But someone was one step ahead of him. Before Philip could do anything, Reynolds had already grabbed his arm and pulled him towards himself, while his right fist punched towards the ugly face. The 2 speeds were stacked together. If the thunderbolt landed on Philip's face, anyone would have a reason to see a rotten persimmon. That was the only thought left in Reynolds' mind. It was to use the most primitive and violent method to send this guy to the grave to atone for the crimes he had committed. Maggots were a type of battle-type beast tamers, similar to maggots and archers. They were both professions that feared close combat. Philip was firmly pinned down by Reynolds and the situation was very unfavorable, but his subordinates did not seem to feel the crisis of their leader. He even watched the show with great interest. This showed that they had great confidence in Philip. Philip smiled mysteriously. Then, his body suddenly swelled up and shot out a golden light. To be precise, it was a large swarm of golden-shelled insects that covered his face tightly. It was as if he was covered in a layer of dense scales, only revealing a pair of eyes. Ding! The fist collided with the scales, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Reynolds' fist was also immediately bounced to the side. Yin-yang beetles, their shells are as hard as the sand spirits of the Wyvern Desert, and can also greatly reflect external forces. Their abdomens are shockingly tough, and can dissipate forces that cannot be completely reflected, protecting their master to the greatest extent. How about this layer of golden armor that is comparable to a magical beast's helmet? Philip proudly showed off his love beetles. "Young man, I admire your foolish courage, but you made a mistake, which is to compare me with a normal maggot. Therefore, you have to die," he. Amidst his sinister laughter, the golden armor on his body disintegrated, and was replaced by a large swarm of pitch-black maggots that emitted a foul stench. There were so many of them that it was terrifying, and they continuously surged out. Amidst the cries of alarm, this swarm of insects stuck to Reynolds like locusts. Not long after, his entire body was covered with wriggling black insects, like a black cloud, disgusting and terrifying. "Reynolds, are you all right?" Tom was furious, and could not hold back any longer. He rushed over like an arrow. But, at this moment, the situation changed. Philip's wild laughter came to an abrupt end, because he also discovered that the other party's grip was still so strong, like an iron hoop. Then, he saw that the maggots on Reynolds's body were swallowed up one by one, and then they disappeared without a trace, and his body slowly revealed itself again. Philip's mung bean eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Impossible, impossible, unless your strength is much higher than mine. Otherwise, the speed at which you release the protective spiritual power cannot be faster than my baby's absorption. At this moment, he saw a layer of transparent, crystal-like substance on the surface of Reynolds's body, and suddenly said, "Boundary Master, you are also a Boundary Master." Thinking of this, he was greatly relieved. The person in front of him was very likely to be both a Boundary Master and a Demon Master. Although it was very rare, Boundary Masters were auxiliary combat professions. Boundaries could only be used for defense, and could not be used for attack. As long as he was not an expert who could rely on strength to shake off the maggots on his body, but an ordinary Demon Master, with that pitiful attack power, he would not be able to hurt him. But, he had some doubts in his heart. Where did his insects go? Just as Philip calmed down and was thinking of a way to break that layer of boundary, an inexplicable sense of fear attacked his heart. Insects had a keen sense of danger, and Philip, who had the ability of insects, was also keen. This kind of feeling was rarely wrong, so at this moment, Philip felt that the opponent in front of him might be far more terrifying than he had imagined. He immediately gave up the idea of attacking, and planned to keep a certain distance from this person, but at this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. Then, Reynolds's cold voice came, "Philip, you also made a stupid mistake. What's on my body is not a boundary. This is a terrifying existence that you cannot imagine." Crack. The sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by Philip's blood-curdling scream. His wrist bones were actually broken, and the layer of golden armor that Philip was full of confidence in was also shattered. Philip looked at his limp wrist, and his heart was full of horror. He finally tasted the pain that he had let others taste just now. Reynolds's own strength was not enough to easily destroy the yin-yang beetle's golden armor. The peach blossom burial was indeed a deadly poison, and it was still effective on this kind of insect, causing the insect's golden armor to slowly soften and collapse. In addition, with the support of the Barbaker royal family's supreme secret medicine, the power could be said to be unstoppable in a short period of time. Chapter 401. Philip, go die. Go to the underworld and atone for the innocent people you cruelly killed. While laughing coldly, Reynolds's right index finger poked towards the space between Philip's eyebrows. "Ah!" Philip screamed and actually tore his wrist off from Reynolds's hand. Two maggots used cruel methods to deal with others to deal with themselves. Philip, who had been through a lot, could tell that this was the only way to escape at this critical moment. Otherwise, he would only die. As expected of an old fox who had been through a lot, he was actually able to endure the incomparable pain of his broken bones and took the opportunity to retreat. Of course, the speed of his retreat was not as fast as Reynolds's finger, so he quickly released a group of stingers, a kind of small insect that could injure the enemy with the sharp spikes on the top of its head. The last way to break the barrier was to attack. This was a method that everyone knew. Philip planned to use a fence as a defense and fight for the best opportunity to escape. Judging from that faint layer of barrier, his opponent's ability as a world spiritist shouldn't be too strong. Thus, he should be wary of him. To be on the safe side, Philip's stingers also attacked Reynolds's eyes, nether regions, and other vulnerable places. But he underestimated his opponent once again. The barrier on Reynolds's body turned dark and faintly carried a strange dark light, like a black hole. Philip saw this and knew that he was done for, because the change in color meant that the barrier's strength had increased, and that layer of dark light gave him a feeling of death. For a moment, Philip seemed to see countless wraiths appear in front of him. They were crazily screaming and devouring his soul. Kai! A light sound rang out, but it was Philip's death knell. His skull and his golden armor were pierced through by Reynolds's index finger filled with anger, and his brain splattered everywhere. Philip's eyes were wide open, and his heart was unreconciled as he fell straight back, ending his ugly life. Reynolds nonchalantly wiped the red and white stuff off his finger on his clothes and said indifferently, "You're lucky, you don't have to suffer any pain." He originally did not plan to let Philip escape so quickly, but time forced him to end the battle quickly. Moreover, Philip's strength wasn't that weak. He was just arrogant and underestimated his opponent. If he managed to escape and pull him to a long-range battle, it would be a little troublesome. The unforeseen event happened so quickly and suddenly. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Reynolds, who was supposed to be dead for sure, turned the tables and gained the absolute upper hand. The arrogant Philip was easily killed, and many passengers were unable to react in time. At this moment, Renault's entire body was like a deflated balloon, falling onto the deck with a plop. Reynolds. Tom hurried over and helped Reynolds up. "How are you? Are you okay?" Looking at Tom's concerned eyes, Reynolds waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. It's just a side effect of the medicine." Tom released Reynolds, and after confirming that he was really fine, he shouted, "Captain," set off immediately, full speed in the opposite direction of Devindika. "Those who still have the ability to fight, do your best to kill all the pirates on the ship as soon as possible. Don't let them fire the signal flare." Like the passengers on the ship, the pirates were also shocked by the sudden change. Although it was hard for them to believe the facts in front of them, they had rich experience in licking blood from their blades all day long. Soon, they woke up as if from a dream. Before Townsend and the others could react, they already knew that things were not going well. In a battle with few people, the role of a super strong person was reflected. As long as there were one or two leaders and some help, it would be enough to defeat the remaining two teams. Moreover, the strength of that strong person was unfathomable. It was indeed terrifying to be able to kill Philip in an instant. "Attention archers, try your best to shoot down the signal flare," Tom shouted as he swept towards the nearest pirate. The battle began, but it didn't last long. After a short period of chaos, a signal flare that broke through the archers' sniping finally flew over the sea with a brilliant light and a whistling sound. Tom was powerless to stop it, and Reynolds had already expected this result. He was just doing his best. In the current situation, he could only settle for the next best thing, so he ordered all the pirates to be swept off the ship like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Of course, it wasn't that these pirates were too weak, or that they were so cowardly that they couldn't resist. As long as they could become a pirate, they were all strong people. To be exact, many of them jumped into the sea voluntarily. Although they had lost their leader, this group of old and cunning fellows still thought of the wisest response, which was to keep an eye on the ship's whereabouts and then wait for the main force to rush back before making any plans. It would be stupid not to use such a great advantage and stay on the ship to fight to the death. Therefore, instead of chasing with all their might, the pirates rode on the chimera magic octopus and followed closely behind. They shouted loudly from afar, but they didn't attack. However, when the deep-sea giant whale slowed down, they slowed down as well, keeping a certain distance between them and the others. The deep-sea giant whale was huge and cumbersome. After all, its speed couldn't be compared to the chimera magic octopus, which was a small sea pet with strong flexibility. Therefore, even if everyone followed Reynolds's suggestion and let the ordinary people who had no combat power join the ranks of the sailors to speed up, they still couldn't completely shake off the pirates. The situation wasn't optimistic. "Sir, what should we do now? If this goes on, Davindoka and the others will catch up sooner or later." Townsend wiped the sweat from his forehead and worriedly asked Reynolds and Tom, who were standing at the stern, to observe. Although it was only for a moment, Reynolds had established his prestige through thunderous means. In this world, everything was built on strength. Moreover, Reynolds's subordinate, due to the difference in strength, the captain mistakenly thought that Reynolds was Reynolds's servant or something, gave a calm and wise order. His meticulous view of the overall situation was convincing. Therefore, unknowingly, Reynolds and Tom had become the leaders and spiritual pillars that everyone followed. Although Townsend was the captain, he was still a non-combat professional. His rich experience couldn't make up for the lack of strength in his analysis of the battle situation. It was just that there was no one in a hurry, so he had to take on the heavy responsibility. Now, there was a strong person that he could rely on. He couldn't ask for more. However, it was still Townsend who gave the orders. After all, He was very familiar with everything on the ship and could improve efficiency. Reynolds frowned and didn't speak. He also had a headache about the unfavorable situation in front of him. He originally thought that he could take advantage of the chaos to kill some of the pirates. However, the pirates' cunning was beyond his imagination. The fierce them actually knew to collectively give up resistance and jump into the sea to escape. There were only 7 or 8 corpses of pirates on the deck. They were left behind by the unlucky ones who were closer to Reynolds and Tom. The others ran away. For the 2 teams with hundreds of people, losing a few people was still not enough to shake them. It could be said that they successfully retained most of their strength. This completely disrupted Reynolds's thoughts. Chapter 402. Considering all these factors, Reynolds realized that it would be impossible for him to kill the remaining pirates by force. He had to find another way. However, he could not think of a better way at the moment. He could only look at the fearless pirates who were still clamoring because of the magic octopus's speed and fell into deep thought. Townsend stared at Reynolds and Tom, feeling very nervous. Although he was anxious, he did not dare to interrupt his train of thought, because the lives of all the people on the ship might be tied to these 2 young men. An important figure of the Black Skeleton pirates was killed, and those ferocious pirates were likely to vent their anger on the whole crew. Of course, Townsend did not blame Reynolds for implicating everyone. Philip's evil behavior of not even sparing women and children was truly infuriating. Any crew member with a little conscience would agree with Reynolds's actions, and even admire his courage. This was also one of the reasons why he was able to gain everyone's trust in such a short period of time and become a well-deserved leader. Time always seemed to be very long when one was anxious, and Townsend deeply understood this point. Just as his nerves were on the verge of collapse, he finally saw Reynolds's tightly knitted brows relax. This was really exciting news, and it meant that he had a plan in mind. Whether or not it succeeded, it was better than being helpless and waiting for death. Captain. Townsend nodded repeatedly, as if he was listening to an emperor. Dear sir, what can I do for you? Well, please pass down the order, tell everyone to work harder. Tell them that our signal for help has been fortunately seen by the second ship passing by, and we will soon receive help. Townsend's spirits were lifted. That's great. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. He suppressed his joy and changed it into a question. But sir, as far as I know, if there are no accidents, no passenger ship is passing by the nearby waters at this time. Merchant ships are most afraid of pirates, and they will not meddle in other people's business. At most, they will pass the message to a third party. Are you mistaken? Reynolds said lightly, yes, there is no so-called help at all. Townsend was shocked. Then why are we? Reynolds interrupted him as if nothing had happened. It's okay, Captain Townsend. I think you should know that everyone can see that the pirate ship is still chasing after us. This situation is not good, and it will make them discouraged. Therefore, we have to give them some hope. Only with hope will there be motivation. Even if this hope is just a figment of our imagination, as long as we can achieve our goal, it will be fine. Mobilize everyone's strength as much as possible so that the Caragal can achieve its fastest speed. Only then can we gain precious time. Otherwise, Davindoka will catch up very soon. After that, he added, of course, only you and I can know whether the news is true or false. This kind of white lie was the most effective at this time. Townsend, who understood Reynolds's painstaking efforts, sincerely admired him. It is indeed a brilliant plan. I didn't expect you to come up with it, sir. But his tone changed. Even so, we can only stall for time. It seems a little difficult to throw off the people behind us. Reynolds said with a gloomy expression, let me think of a way to deal with this tale. Townsend's heart sank when he heard Reynolds' words. Reynolds' words revealed some hidden meaning. He was not sure if he could solve the biggest problem. Seeing this, Reynolds smiled and said, man proposes, but God disposes. As long as you work hard, you will have no regrets even if you die. Yes, sir, I believe in you, and I believe that we will be able to escape. I believe in your noble words. The glory of the God of Luck will shine on us. Townsend was infected by Reynolds's heroic heart that disregarded life and death. He became optimistic and even made a short prayer on the spot. It was a pity that he did not know one thing: Reynolds's fearlessness was based on the fact that he could directly enter the Apocalypse bracelet if he really could not protect the ship. Reynolds would try his best to save this group of people, but he wanted to have a clear conscience. However, if things really reached a point of no return, he would still have to continue being selfish and run away. "I'll pass the order, sir. I'll leave this to you." The encouraged Townsend left with hope. He did not know Reynolds's identity and did not intend to ask. This kind of strong person would more or less have a little secret about his identity. However, it did not matter if he was a wanted criminal. At least for now, he was his partner, and his actions were worthy of respect. This was beyond doubt. Townsend, who had been sailing on the sea for many years, had a relatively vague concept of good and evil. Or it could be said that he saw it very clearly. He only judged a person's character based on what he saw with his own eyes and not the country's wanted order. Seeing Townsend go away to spread the good news, Tom frowned and looked at Reynolds. He asked, "You said I'll leave this to you. What do you want to do? Your spiritual power is exhausted, and your physical strength is exhausted. We've already done our best. Why don't you hurry up and think of a way to escape?" Reynolds looked at him coldly and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Miss UG, tell me, why did they come to capture you?" Tom was stunned. He looked at Reynolds and asked unnaturally, "Reynolds, you're still joking at a time like this?" Reynolds snorted and said, "You don't want to admit it." Tom's expression changed. He was a little angry and asked, "Why did you say I'm UG? What evidence do you have?" Reynolds sighed. He sat up and stared straight at him. Suddenly, he revealed a strange smile. "Then don't blame me for being rude." "Ah, what do you want to do?" Tom didn't react. In the next moment, he saw Reynolds's right hand touch his chest like lightning. "Ah, what are you doing?" Tom's face instantly turned red. He covered his chest with his arms and looked at Reynolds hatefully. Reynolds smiled and spread his hands, saying, "I was right, aren't I? You still don't want to admit it." Tom stood up with a cold face. He looked at Reynolds hatefully and went to the other side, away from Reynolds. Reynolds looked at his back and said to himself, the fragrance on his body is so obvious. What a cute crossdresser." In the silence, suddenly, the uncontrollable screams and messy footsteps of the people passed through the one-way soundproof barrier and into the two's ears. Reynolds and Tom looked at each other and ran out of the door at the same time. The weather of the ocean had become like a woman's face. It had started to rain outside at some point. The fierce wind brought with it raindrops. It hit people's faces until it hurt. The sky was a vast expanse of grey and connected with the ocean in the distance. It was impossible to tell which was the sky and which was the ocean. The situation on the surface of the water was terrible. Huge waves surged to the sky, shaking Fan-Yu violently. Spirals of various sizes spun at high speed, mercilessly swallowing the white foam. Chapter 403. Countless Morngate fish, which represented bad luck, came out of the sea in the bad weather that humans hated the most, but they loved the most. Their white bellies were overturned, and their cries were even worse than that of crows, as if it was a funeral song from the depths of the netherworld. Morngate fish was a kind of strange sea monster that had almost no offensive ability, and could only survive by eating corpses. However, it was one of the sea monsters that humans were most afraid of, because Morngate fish represented death, and the number of Morngate fish that appeared was the same as the number of lives that would be lost. As long as one lived near the sea, this rumor was firmly believed, and at this moment, people were once again citing this point. In the distance, a large group of skeleton flags could be seen. Just like the mourning gatefish, they represented death. Townsend's face was ashen, and he muttered, "It's over, it's over." Renault hurried to his side and said, "Captain, the scouts report?" Townsend continued to talk to himself as if he did not see Renault at all, and did not hear his question. He repeated the same sentence over and over again, "It's over, it's over." It can make him, who is used to seeing storms and waves, lose his will to live completely. It can be seen that the situation is serious. Renaud did not hesitate to raise his hand, and slapped Townsend's face several times, and said expressionlessly, "Captain, I need the scout's report." No one dares to say the result until the last moment. Perhaps Renaud's slaps had awakened Townsend, or perhaps Renaud's calmness had restored the poor captain's confidence. Townsend forced himself to focus and said, "It's the Dark Knight Gulling, the vice-captain of the Black Skull Pirates. Graf, the spirit impersonator of the three great messengers. There's also the Gowl Grand Magician Bitter Chalk, the Gowl Thousand-Man Slayer, and the Gowl Shadow Assassin Dien Nai, who is best at tracking." Townsend reported a long list of names that made people pale. In the end, his voice trembled a little, and he used all his strength to finish the last sentence. "Apart from this, the rest of the pirates are more than 3 times the number we encountered before." Renaud sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood why Townsend had lost his composure. The lineup of this Black Skeleton pirates was far more luxurious than the previous time. On the other hand, they were left with a group of injured soldiers. It was not an exaggeration to say that the chances of victory in this battle were 0. The passengers and crew even completely lost the courage to escape. They just stared blankly at the ferocious skeleton flags that were getting clearer and clearer. "Leave no one alive." A calm and emotionless voice came through the storm. The deputy commander of the Black Skull Gang, Gulling, gave the order to kill. Davindoka's failure made them adopt a safer method this time. At this moment, Reynolds's face was also incomparably pale as a trace of unwillingness appeared in his heart. They had already decided to die here together, but Reynolds's survival instincts still made him angry, unwilling, and fearful of the unknown. Should he use the Apocalypse bracelet? Reynolds's expression was uncertain. Gulling stood proudly on the bow of the main ship. He looked at the broken castle and the helpless people on the ship, as if he was looking at a pile of corpses. He was full of confidence. Even if the other party's reinforcements arrived in time, they would not be able to change the fate of everyone on this ship being buried in the belly of the mourning fish. At most, the number of corpses would only increase by a few more. Even if the reinforcements detected their formation, they might immediately be scared out of their wits and flee at the mere sight of the wind. When he thought of this, a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Gulling's mouth. Returning to his hometown made him in a good mood. However, the development of things was always unexpected. An ignorant person suddenly appeared. It was a flying bird. That's right, a flying bird and a person. There was also a person standing on top of the flying bird. It flew close to the violent winds and raging waves. Those who saw it were shocked, but it was never hit by the waves. To be exact, it was not a flying bird, but a huge flying magical beast called the flower-winged eagle. This magical beast was extremely rare. It liked to live alone and liked to be high up in the sky. It hated humans and liked to capture humans for food. Very few people could tame it. This kind of magical beast usually appeared in the wilderness, in the mountains that were so high that the end could not be seen. If it appeared in this sea area, it would be fine. However, there was an extra person on its back. It appeared at the most inopportune time. It was so untimely. Both sides quickly discovered it, but the people's surprise was only fleeting. No one thought that such a person could change the current situation. People with good eyesight, wide knowledge, and a slightly more cautious mind might pay more attention. It was because everyone knew that although the flower-winged eagle was known for its speed and high-altitude flight, it was weak in the end. It was easy for it to be surrounded by archers. However, it came here safely, which meant that its owner must have extraordinary strength. In the storm, the person's appearance could be faintly seen. A pink long gauze wrapped around her body. A peerless face carved from jade was expressionless. Her long black hair fluttered in the sea breeze, but it was not messy. It was a woman. Gulling was undoubtedly one of the people who paid more attention to her. He also found that this woman did not seem to be just passing by. She came from the side of both sides. As long as one was not blind, they should be able to see that both sides were at daggers drawn. A person who could ride a flower-winged eagle alone was not blind. Then she was meddling in other people's business. Gulling frowned, but he did not stop his actions because of the sudden situation. At this time, he was already close to the archer's shooting range. Gulling raised his right hand high, palm facing forward. This was a sign that the black skeletons were about to attack. The bowstring began to tighten. As soon as this hand fell, a dense swarm of spiritual arrows would fly out, turning the people on the clock into porcupines. The incoming person sped up again. The flower-winged eagle was like an arrow that left the bow, riding the wind and breaking the waves, shooting straight over. Very quickly, it was not far from the main ship, the armored turtle, that Gulling was on. Gulling did not pay any more attention. Even if this person was an expert, he could not be strong enough to fight against half of the black skeletons. His hand dropped. Seeing that no one could stop this massacre, some of the people on the clock had even closed their eyes, waiting for their inevitable fate. Even if they hid in their rooms, it would be useless, because there were still a few charm masters in the enemy ranks. They could blow up the houses, but it would be better to die a quick death under the barrage of arrows and magic skills. At this time, 5 enormous blades of light that were more than 10 meters long and as bright as day descended from the sky. They wildly chopped down at the armored turtle. It was so dazzling, but what was shocking was not its extremely beautiful appearance, but the strength of the skill. It was not an exaggeration to say that the spiritual energy contained in such a large blade of light could be described as terrifying. Moreover, the power was filled with an indomitable, unstoppable force. Anyone who saw it would be able to feel this. 7 or 8 meters away. The blade chi that rushed over caused the skin on his face to faintly hurt. Chapter 404. His chest was stuffy, and he couldn't breathe properly. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. The enchantment on the armored tortoise was cut open as fragile as tofu. Along with the powerful aura, there was a faint, soul-stirring cry. It was the cry of the legendary strongest creature on the continent. Jiyu Ling's experience was the deepest among everyone. She relied on the sharp judgment of an expert. With his sharp judgment, he had already discovered that these sword lights were coming for him. Even as the deputy captain of the Black Skeleton Pirates, Gulling couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He knew very well that if he took it head-on, the consequences would be very serious, so serious that he didn't dare to imagine it. Therefore, Jiyu Ling immediately made the wisest decision to hide. However, other than being strong, the speed of the 5 huge blade auras was also out of proportion to their size. They seemed to be slow, but they were actually very fast. They also contained a powerful sealing ability, like an invisible cage that tightly suppressed the people under the blade auras. No matter how Gulling urged his amphibious mount, the 3-tailed spirit raccoon, it couldn't move. It could only let out a desperate cry. The 3-tailed spirit raccoon was a psychic creature. It had accompanied its master through countless life and death battles, so it had a keen sense of death. Therefore, its mournful cry gave Gulling a bad premonition. The other Black Skeleton Pirates, including Spirit Imitation Graph, Thousand-Man Slayer, and the others, could only stand in place. They were shocked by the momentum of this move. The fear hidden deep in their hearts was dug out, suppressing their fierce pirate character. They only dared to look at their leader and didn't dare to help. This battle, which was originally a one-on-one battle, had evolved into a one-on-one battle. Gulling gritted his teeth and raised his hand again to the top of his head. His famous weapon, the Dark Moon Spear, had appeared in his palm. Although he knew that it was disadvantageous to fight head-on, he had to use the most stupid method. Darkness shift. Gulling shouted. His eyes were red, and all the muscles on his body bulged. He used his berserk body as support to speed up the gathering of his spiritual power. At the same time, the Dark Moon Spear spun at an extremely high speed and disappeared. From afar, there seemed to be a black oval vortex above Gulling's head. Knights were a profession with an extremely strong defense, and the power of darkness was a power that could devour almost all other types of spiritual energy. A Dark Knight with these two attributes combined would have an abnormal defensive power. Darkness Transfer was a high-level defensive skill unique to Dark Knights. It had high density, high speed, and high strength. It could negate the power of the enemy's attacks by devouring, transferring, and resisting. It was also the ultimate defensive skill that Jiu Ling was proud of. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 5 bright red blade lights and Jiu Ling. At this moment, they had forgotten everything. They only wanted to know the result of this shocking battle. Was it the sharpness of the blade or the toughness of the shield? The expected vigorous resistance scene did not appear. After a flash of red light, the saber light and the vortex disappeared at the same time. Jiu Ling sat quietly on her mount as if nothing had happened. This situation lasted for 5 seconds. Just when everyone thought that the saber light and darkness transfer had cancelled each other out, Gulling's body silently split from the middle, from head to toe, into 2 halves. Then, the 3-tailed flashing spirit mink under him was also evenly divided into 6 halves. The most shocking thing was not over yet. The shell of the armored tortoise, which was as hard as steel and several meters thick, also split open from the middle. The seawater rushed in and the armored tortoise sank. The pirates on it woke up as if they had just woken up from a dream and fell into the sea in a mess. "We're saved. God bless us. Goddess." The passengers on the huge ship were in a mess. They shouted and shouted as they looked at the battlefield in the distance. It was Leah. Reynolds was overjoyed as he looked at the woman in the distance. That's right, only Leah had such great power. But who is she? Why did she save us? I seem to have seen this woman somewhere before. Leah, she's Leah, the famous Valley Master of Flower Burial Valley. What? Flower Burial Valley? That's right, it's that independent place. It's famous in the entire King's realm, only she has an exclusive mount, the flower-winged eagle. The black skeleton pirates were defeated and collapsed on their own. Although their collective strength should be able to compete with Leah, they did not have enough courage. This shocking attack had really scared these pirates out of their wits. Even Gulling had been defeated. Who could be sure that Leah would not launch another attack like this? No one gambled with their lives. This group of pirates, known as the strongest in the sea, ended in their first operation after returning to the old sea area in fear. Leah stood on the back of the flower-winged eagle and gradually approached the clerk. Everyone on the ship held their breaths as they watched this powerful woman fly towards them. She was like a fairy descending from the sky. If she had not saved them, the entire ship would have sunk to the bottom of the sea. Everyone would have died. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with deep reverence as they looked at Leah. They did not even dare to move. The flower-winged eagle slowly flew above the deck and stopped. Its huge wings slowly swayed. Leah jumped down from the flower-winged eagle's back. Her speed was not fast. It seemed that she had used some kind of wind magic. Leah jumped to the ground at a slow speed. She was extremely gentle and did not make a sound. Everyone consciously retreated, leaving a large open space for Leah. They looked at her and did not dare to say a word. Everyone unanimously expressed their respect for Leah in this way. Leah frowned her beautiful eyebrows and looked at the crowd. She saw a familiar person. So, she walked towards him. When she walked in front of Reynolds, Leah revealed a rare smile and said, "Reynolds, you're still alive." Reynolds looked at Leah in front of him, his heart filled with emotions. Leah was the first hero he met when he first came to the King's realm. He had a lot of connections with her. At least, his life was saved by Leah and the treasure she gave him. And the most important thing was that he paid her edito. Reynolds touched his nose, and for a moment, tears welled up in his eyes. It had been almost half a year since he came to this world. What he had experienced, he would never experience on Earth. It was this place that allowed him to grow quickly, broaden his horizons, and broaden his mind. "Well, I'm still alive. It's really fortunate to be able to see you alive." Reynolds showed a heartfelt smile. Leah also restored her original cold expression and asked, "Are you going to Chang'an local government?" Chapter 405. Reynolds nodded and asked eagerly, "Yes, Leah, I want to ask, how is Eddie?" Although Eddie had been chatting with him every day for a while, Reynolds still wanted to get accurate information from Leah. Leah thought for a moment, and for the first time, Her expression showed a hint of mischief. She said, "You're asking about Eddie after a few sentences. I'm not going to tell you." Huh. This time, Reynolds was dumbfounded. Looking at Leah, who was mischievously holding back her laughter, was this still the cold and aloof Leah he remembered? Reynolds rubbed his eyes, not knowing what to say. "Is the captain here?" Leah asked at this time. The rescue this time was just a spur of the moment, or rather, it was not a spur of the moment. Instead, these annoying pirates and sea beasts that made loud noises were blocking her way, so she got rid of them. However, there was an unexpected gain. She met her previous savior, her benefactor, Reynolds. Leah tilted her head. She was not sure what she was really thinking. Well, just take it as a spur of the moment. At this time, a person walked over from the crowd. "Honorable Valley Master Leah." Wang Jianxing replied, flattered. He crossed his hands in front of his chest and performed the most important salute at sea before saying, "I am the captain of this ship, Wang Jianxing. On behalf of all the guests on the ship, I sincerely thank you for your rescue." Although he did not know why Leah would help, he did not dare to ask. However, he didn't dare to ask. In front of an expert, he only had the right to answer. Moreover, he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. She seemed to have a compelling temperament, which was completely incomparable to ordinary people. Wang Jianxing sighed. He had never met such a beautiful woman in his life. Leah nodded slightly and said, "Well, it's nothing." After saying that, she tilted her head again, as if thinking about something. This action in front of Reynolds was really cute, full of a kind of contrast cuteness. Leah pointed at Reynolds and said, "Come with me, I have something to say to you." After saying that, she walked toward the cabin in the distance. Reynolds was startled and hurriedly followed. At this time, all the people on the deck who were rescued were talking. "This woman is so beautiful. Rumor has it that no one has ever seen the true face of the Flower Burial Valley's Valley Master. Who would have thought that he would have such a peerless appearance? Look at that woman in my house. Damn it, alas. Ha ha ha, it's better if you don't have such crooked thoughts. Be careful not to be heard and I'll kill you." Leah walked slowly, looking at the huge ship. She touched the wooden wall with her right hand and entered a room. After Reynolds came in, she closed the door. The window of this room faced the Sky Phoenix Sea. When the window was opened, one could clearly feel the sea breeze blowing and smell the salty smell of the sea. He felt relaxed and happy. Leah sat on the boat and began to size up Renault. Reynolds stood there and thanked Leah solemnly. "Leah, thank you for saving me. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid the entire ship would have sunk." "Everyone will die," Leah said. "There's nothing to thank me for. Saving you and this ship was just a whim of mine." Pausing for a moment, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, You should also have that thing called mobile phone? Something like that, right?" "Well, yes, it's a mobile phone." Reynolds was stunned for a moment and then understood. Eddie and Leah got along very well, so he must have told Leah about the mobile phone. Nodding, he took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket. It was his mobile phone. Then he handed it to Leah. Leah took it and frowned her beautiful eyebrows again. She fiddled with it and a trace of unhappiness flashed across her face. Looking at Reynolds, she said, "I don't know how to do it." Reynolds couldn't help but laugh. He quickly took it and pressed the power button. In an instant, the screen lit up. Leah looked at the screen and said, "Do it for me. I want to see your chat history with Eddie." Reynolds simply sat beside Leah, opened WeChat, and clicked on the chat interface with warm wine and hot eyebrows. The content of the chat was still what he said a few days ago. Recently, he didn't say anything. He just wanted to hurry to Chang'an Academy and see Eddie's appearance. He was really worried about her. "Erin, I'm going to Chang'an Academy. Erin, I want to protect you. I must let us return to the original world. Erin, I don't know how you are. I'm really worried about you." Leah casually flipped through the chat history and then looked at Reynolds with kindness in her eyes. She said, "Eddie is a lovely child. You must treat her well." Reynolds nodded and said, "Of course. Leah, you can understand. Lin Ling and I, in this world, We are the only people who depend on each other. Leah showed a satisfied expression and returned the phone to Reynolds. She said, Linling told me a lot of stories about your world. There are tall buildings, cars, trains, mobile phones, games, King of Glory. Well, it seems that I am a character in the game King of Glory. I'm inexplicably unhappy. Reynolds nodded carefully and looked at Leah. He didn't expect her to be so receptive to new things. Linling must have brainwashed Leah a lot. Well, what is the universe? Is the king's realm also included in the universe? Is your Earth also a world in the universe? Leah began to ask again. I can't explain it clearly. Or rather, the world I'm in still can't explain it clearly. Reynolds replied. This was true. No matter how advanced Earth's technology was, it was impossible to know the truth of the universe. At least, for now, it was impossible. Leah sighed. As expected, you don't know either. Linling also said the same thing. Hearing about Linling, Reynolds asked again, Leah, is Linling okay? Is she getting along well with you? Very well. You can rest assured about this. Nothing will happen to Ling. She is now at Chang'an Academy and has started another journey. Reynolds was a little anxious and asked, then why did she ignore me when I sent her a message? Leah was silent for a while and said, well, you will have to find out by yourself. Reynolds was silent and put the phone away. Tell me, now that there are wars everywhere on the continent, how did you survive such a chaotic world? Leah looked at Reynolds with interest and asked. Reynolds didn't hide anything and started to talk about all his adventures and all the people he knew after he separated from Leah. Leah's beautiful eyes were fixed on Reynolds as she listened to him talk about his experiences. After a while, Leah said, what a lucky man. Reynolds smiled bitterly and said, yes, thinking about it carefully, it is really a miracle that I survived. Chapter 406. Leah thought for a moment, then extended her hand to Reynolds and said, give me the fishbowl sword. Reynolds was stunned, then immediately understood. He took out the fishbowl sword from the Apocalypse bracelet and handed it to Leah. Leah took it and played with it a few times, gently stroking it. She looked at Reynolds' bracelet and asked, you said you don't know where this bracelet came from? Yes, it's very strange. I was ambushed and didn't die after a sword pierced my chest. It was all because of this bracelet. Reynolds said, trying hard to recall his past adventures. Just a few days ago, I heard from Lady Black Scorpion that this was something from the sanctuary. Reynolds carefully considered his words, hesitated, and still did not tell Leah about the underworld in the bracelet. Living in the otherworld for a long time made Reynolds more cautious. He could not trust anyone, and should be somewhat suspicious and vigilant of everyone. Leah fell into deep thought and muttered to herself, Lady Black Scorpion. Reynolds looked at Leah and carefully continued, she also said that if I could meet you, she wanted me to tell you that she had let it go. Leah was silent. She looked at Reynolds and said, I'm afraid Lady Black Scorpion still doesn't know that the Flower Burial Valley has changed owners. Reynolds did not say anything more. The more he spoke, the more likely he would make mistakes. Who knew if he said something wrong that would make Leah unhappy and bring a fatal disaster to himself? Anyway, he had already delivered Lady Black Scorpion's last wish. Just as the two were chatting, there was a knock on the door. Reynolds opened the door, and outside was Captain Wang Jianxing. He had a reserved and fearful look on his face, as if he was uneasy about interrupting the conversation between Leah and Reynolds, but he still said, I'm very sorry to disturb you too. I want to inform you that the pirates on the sea are about to escape. Valley Master Leah, Mr. Reynolds, what do you two mean? Hearing Wang Jianxing's words, it seemed that he was begging Leah to kill all the pirates. And the strength that Leah had displayed was enough to eliminate them completely. There was no doubt about this. People on the sea were most afraid of encountering pirates. Now that there was such a strong person overseeing, naturally he would beg. How could Leah not understand Wang Jianxing's purpose? She sneered and said, I can save you on a whim, but I can also cut you into pieces on a whim. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Jianxing's face. At this moment, He hurriedly bowed and apologized. "I'm very sorry, Valleymaster Leia. I spoke too much." Scram. Hearing Leah's ice-cold voice, Wang Jianxing hurriedly closed the door and escaped. Reynolds looked at Leah and felt her imposing aura. He was full of admiration. "Amazing, your power is almost on par with Athena's." So far, the only powerful people Reynolds had met were Athena, Bai Qi, Marshal Zaro, Su Lai, and Leah. Reynolds had witnessed the strength of these people with his own eyes. However, when Leah heard Reynolds's words, her expression immediately changed. She looked at Reynolds coldly and asked, "What did you say? Are you saying that my strength is inferior to that woman's?" Reynolds looked at Leah's murderous gaze and immediately reacted. He hurriedly explained, "That's not what I meant. I'm saying that you're very strong in the world." Leah snorted and said, "You're quite lucky with women. You've done many things with Athena." Reynolds sighed and said, "No. If you dare to find another woman besides Lin Ling, I'll throw you into the peach blossom burial." "Absolutely not." Reynolds looked at Leah's threatening gaze and was somewhat happy. From her words, he knew that Lin Ling had not forgotten him with the passage of time. It seemed that Lin Ling had been talking to Leah about him and the things on Earth every day. And Leah seemed to not be so ruthless to him because of Lin Ling. Leah handed the Yuchang sword to Reynolds. Reynolds said curiously, "This is yours. Don't you want it?" Leah said, "This sword is the key to the Flower Burial Valley. Keep it and bring Lin Ling back to the Flower Burial Valley in the future." Reynolds nodded and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. "Hurry to Chang'an Academy and protect Lin Ling. I'm leaving." After saying this, Leah walked out of the room and stepped onto the back of the flower-winged eagle under everyone's respectful gazes. She looked back at Reynolds and urged the flower-winged eagle to fly into the sky. In a few blinks of an eye, she was nowhere to be seen. Leah rode the flower-winged eagle like a fairy flying with the wind. Reynolds watched the flower-winged eagle flap its huge wings and fly higher and higher. He sat on the bed and looked at her back through the window. Then he also walked out of the room. Leah left just like that. It was a shocking sight. She saved his life again and also saved the fate of the entire liner from being destroyed. Fortunately, Lin Ling and Leah got along better than he had expected. Lin Ling must have learned a lot of skills and improved her strength greatly. Although he did not know why she had not replied to him in the past few days, Reynolds was relieved at this moment. He quickly went to Chang'an Academy and met up with Lin Ling. At night, the ship had returned to its usual harmony and peace. Wherever Reynolds went, people would be extremely grateful to him, which made Reynolds rather annoyed. In the end, it was all because of that strange daughter of the Sanctuary Guild's president, Irene. If it were not for her, so many people on the ship would not have died. However, Reynolds did not resent her. After all, she had once faced danger with him using the identity of Divine Prime. Most importantly, his right hand had sneakily attacked her chest. It was quite soft. Thinking of this, Reynolds could not help but laugh. He still stood by the railing, looking at the thick night sky and feeling the sea breeze from afar. After a period of sailing at sea, Reynolds was no longer seasick, but there were still some uncomfortable vibrations. A few hours ago, the remnants of the Black Skeleton pirates had lost their backbone. Moreover, Leah was on the Clark at that time, so they had long escaped along the sea route. As for where they went, no one knew. Captain Wang Jianxing also increased the speed of the voyage. It was estimated that they would reach the first capital of the Tang dynasty tomorrow night, Chang'an. One thing that Reynolds was more concerned about was that Irene had disappeared long after Leah arrived. She might have escaped on some underwater magical beast. "What a clever little thing," Reynolds muttered to himself. At this moment, Captain Wang Jianxing walked over and said, "Dear Mr. Reynolds, it's time for dinner. Please eat." Reynolds nodded and walked into the cabin. Chapter 407. After experiencing the test of life and death, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Reynolds found a corner and sat down. Soon, someone brought over a large tray. On the tray were barbecued meat, fruit wine, bread, and broccoli. "Dear Mr. Reynolds, please enjoy your meal." The person who delivered the meal was a cute waitress dressed as a bunny girl. She looked at Reynolds with admiration and stars in her eyes. Reynolds said helplessly, "Miss, am I very handsome? Why are you looking at me?" The waitress did not expect Reynolds to talk to her. She quickly nodded and said, "Mr. Reynolds, you are super handsome. Thank you for saving my life." After saying that, she bowed to Reynolds, revealing her deep cleavage. Reynolds almost spat out the food in his mouth. He looked at the girl, waved his hand, and said to her, Okay, I agree. I'll call you if I need anything. I won't be able to eat when a cute girl like you is looking at me." Looking at the girl who walked away, Reynolds shook his head and began to eat. After eating, he went back to his cabin to sleep. When he woke up, he would be in Chang'an. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. Miss Irene, the daughter of the president of the Sanctuary Capital Guild, who is known as the Genius Magical Girl, disappeared 3 days ago and has not been seen since. Anyone who knows her whereabouts and provides useful information will receive a generous reward from the Sanctuary Guild of Magic. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. Miss Irene, the daughter of the president of the Sanctuary Capital Guild, who is known as the Genius Magical Girl, disappeared 3 days ago and has not been seen since. Anyone who knows her whereabouts and provides useful information will receive a generous reward from the Sanctuary Guild of Magic. The magic mirror in the restaurant broadcasted this news more than 10 times in a row. Reynolds frowned as he listened to the news in the mirror. He was a little concerned. Irene, wasn't she Tianyuan who faced danger with him a few hours ago? Reynolds took out the map and looked for the location of the sanctuary. At the northernmost end of the map was the sanctuary. The sanctuary was the holy land of the king's realm. There were many headquarters here, such as the General Guild of Magic, the cathedral, and the world's most famous coin factory. In other words, the basic currencies of this world were crystal coins, gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. All of them came from the sanctuary. It was no exaggeration to say that the sacred region was the richest place in the world. It seemed like Erin had a strong background. As for why he suddenly disappeared and ran away from home? Or was it because of the marriage between the two families? The affairs of the rich and powerful had nothing to do with Reynolds. In the end, Erin and Reynolds were just strangers who met by chance. She might never see him again. However, she had said before that she was going to the Chang'an Academy. He might see her there. After finishing his meal, Reynolds returned to his cabin. As the windows were open, the sea breeze blew into the room, making it incomparably cool. Closing the window, Reynolds threw himself onto the bed and let out a long sigh. Chang'an Academy? Here I am. The next day, a long whine of a giant whale woke Reynolds up. The deep-sea giant whale carried the clerk and arrived at Chang'an's pier at dawn. Have we arrived? Reynolds's sleepiness was instantly gone. He immediately rushed out of the door and ran to the railing to take a look. In the distance, there was a continuous stretch of houses. The buildings were neatly arranged in picturesque disorder. The densely packed buildings, the people coming and going, as well as the earth dragon carriages that were speeding to and fro. It showed the prosperity and charm of the metropolis. Reynolds followed the crowded passengers down the ship. Looking at the unfamiliar and prosperous city, his heart was filled with emotions. It was really too big. Even the magic city on Earth paled in comparison. Huge magic mirrors could be found everywhere, displaying all kinds of information and advertisements. Reynolds was dazzled. It seemed that no matter which world he was in, it was similar. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. The daughter of the president of the Sanctuary Capital Guild, Miss Erin, who is known as the Genius Magical Girl, went missing 3 days ago. No one has seen her until now. Anyone who knows her whereabouts and provides useful information will be rewarded handsomely by the Sanctuary Guild. Reno was sitting on an earthen dragon chariot when he heard the announcement again. The coachman said with a yearning look, "I really don't understand those rich people. They don't want to be the daughter of a noble family. Why do they have to go missing?" Reynolds smiled and said, "Yes, there is something wrong with their heads. Lying in the dormitory of Randolph Academy's martial arts college, Erin's mood was as happy as a bird that was just released from its cage. Finally, she could get rid of those annoying elders in the guild. Apart from her parents, there were a bunch of grandfathers, grandmothers, uncles, aunts, and even old servants. There were dozens of senior members in the guild. They took turns to talk to her almost every day. Erin was so depressed that her endocrine system almost went out of control. Although she had learned a lot from the forced indoctrination and had achieved much more than her peers, a young girl like Erin was in the rebellious period. What she desired more was her own freedom. The guild had almost paved the way for her life, just waiting for her to step on it. Erin felt like she was a puppet at the mercy of others. It was really unbearable. Therefore, when she was about to accept the guild's appointment to marry the son of another big guild, she secretly ran away in the middle of the night. When she thought of the son of the man she was going to marry, oh my God, he was extremely ugly. He was also extremely fat. For some reason, his face was covered with disgusting pimples. A person with endocrine system like this must be extremely wretched. Maybe he would do something disgusting in his room every day. The dean of this academy was a famous warrior in the Empire, Randolph. He had contributed a lot to the Empire during the Demon Seed Rebellion years ago. After that, he spontaneously petitioned the Empire to build an academy to nurture talents who could protect the Empire. In this way, Randolph College had a history of about 50 years. As Randolph grew older, he gradually lost his ability to run the college. Therefore, he specially invited Angela, a powerhouse in the North End Holy Realm, to be the honorary president of the college. However, Randolph was a powerful warrior who only knew how to train hard. His tradition was that only young people would be motivated by competition. In order to maintain a sense of urgency, all the high and low-level dorms had to have at least one or more classmates living with them. This was the reason why Erin was frustrated. She was now a boy. Chapter 408. If they saw Erin's face now, they wouldn't be able to tell that she was the genius which everyone in the Empire was familiar with. It was a man's face. Although it was handsome, no one would doubt her gender. It wasn't so easy to see through a person's disguise. This was a very advanced skill. The Transfiguration user could create a thin film of mana on their face, making them look like another person. This skill that she had secretly trained was the trump card that allowed Irene to escape from the Heavenly Network. She was an extremely intelligent girl. If she were to disguise herself as a boy, no one would think that she was the famous Erin. It was wishful thinking. Unfortunately, Erin didn't take into account two things. The competition in the academy meant that even the best dorms had to be shared by two people. But she was still a girl. It would be inconvenient for her to share a room with a boy. The other thing was that on the Caragal she was on a few days ago, she was assaulted by a stinking brat called Reno. H, don't let this lady see you again. But all in all, Erin was still in a good mood. Freedom was good, the sea was wide and the sky was wide. The testers were really stupid. All she did was slightly suppress the flow of magic and they couldn't tell that she was a wizard. The wooden bed she was on was very hard. It couldn't compare to the soft bed at home. But it did give Erin a sense of novelty. She was no longer the high and mighty daughter of the city lord, the little princess loved by everyone in the guild. The life of a commoner was really blissful. If other commoners knew what she was thinking, they would definitely call her a pervert. Asterisk catcher. Asterisk the sound of a key turning came from the bronze lock outside. Erin thought to herself. Her roommate. She immediately got up and ran to the living room. Now, her only hope was that her roommate, who was going to live with her for a long time, was a good-tempered, decent, and well-behaved boy. If that was the case, her life would be better. The door was pushed open. A boy who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old walked in. He wasn't handsome, but he was very pleasing to the eye. He lowered his head and frowned, as if he was thinking about something. He looked very serious and didn't notice Erin at all. Erin's mouth opened wide when she saw him. She almost cried out. My God! It can't be so coincidental. He. Erin swallowed her saliva and rubbed her eyes. She looked again. The boy was Reynolds. Why is it him? Just a moment ago, she was still wondering if she would be able to see him again. Who would have thought that he would appear in the next moment? Erin suddenly wanted to slap herself. Who told you to have a cheap mouth? Who told you to have a cheap mouth? Fortunately, Erin was proficient in the art of disguise. This time, her appearance wasn't that of Tian Yuan on the Caragal, but a different, delicate face. No one could recognize him. Irene thought for a moment and decided to pretend that she didn't know him to avoid being seen through. Then, she took the initiative to greet him. Brother, what are you thinking about? Why are you so lost in thought? Irene's erudition came in handy. She had altered the frequency of her voice with a sound mimicry spell. Although her voice was a little sharp, it was still recognizable as a boy. The boy who was deep in thought raised his head. Contrary to his petrified appearance just now, he said with some emotion, I'm thinking, our academy really has a lot of beauties. Especially the last one I saw. That figure, TSK, it's really too lewd. Such a person was naturally Reynolds. After riding the Earth Dragon carriage for 8 hours, they finally arrived at Chang'an Academy in the southern part of the city. During the registration, there was no new test like what Lin Ling had said about killing each other. Due to his purifying physique, Reynolds finished the registration very quickly. This made Reynolds feel very strange. He strolled around the academy while asking for news about Lin Ling. Then, Reynolds came to the dormitory. Erin's smile froze on her face. Her jaw almost dropped. She was right, this wretched guy. This bastard who touched her breast. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. But, could this be the way men communicate with each other? Reynolds was very pleased to hear her say this. This was how he communicated with his brothers and friend. He had never stayed in a dormitory before on Earth. This was his first time staying here. It seemed that he got along quite well with this brother of his. At least, they were both emotional people. Brother, you're also in the martial arts class? Erin nodded. In fact, as a genius magician, Erin's martial arts skills were also very high. It was just that her amazing magic talent covered it up. Reynolds laughed. That's great. We're in the same dormitory. It's fate that we met. How should I address you? Shijun. This was the name Erin had made up long ago. I'm Reynolds. Reynolds also introduced himself briefly, and then looked at her from head to toe. Erin felt her scalp go numb. Was there a flaw in her flawless disguise? Fortunately, her guess was not correct. Reynolds frowned and said, Brother Shijun, I say you're too thin. Is losing weight popular here now? When we have time tonight, I'll treat you to a good meal. Erin's body was originally female, which was also something that could not be changed by disguise. Therefore, she was much slimmer than the average man. Erin even wore loose clothes, but unexpectedly, it still could not achieve the effect of completely covering her body. She hurriedly nodded. Okay. Thank you. Reynolds waved and smiled. He muttered to himself, it's a little strange. Your chest muscles are quite developed. He reached out and patted it. Erin could not accept this no matter what. She hurriedly covered her chest with her hand and dodged to the side. She was secretly annoyed at herself for being so big. Even if she tied it tightly with cloth, it would still bulge. Reynolds scratched his head and said embarrassedly, sorry Brother Shijun. I was rude. No matter how rebellious Erin was, she was still a young girl. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. You touched me once on the Caragal, and now you dare to do it again? But I can't do anything, or my identity will be exposed. It seemed that the interaction between boys wasn't that simple. Reynolds opened the window. There were many new students outside, walking into the academy one after another. Reynolds sighed. This academy is a paradise in another world. Compared to the schools in my world, it's heaven and hell at the same time. Chapter 409. Listening to Reynolds's strange words, Erin wanted to cry but no tears came out. She had a strong premonition that her nightmare seemed to have started from this moment. Chang'an Academy's life was similar to Reynolds's high school on Earth. On this morning, they gathered at the Academy's auditorium and were lectured by the Academy's founder, Dean Randolph. Reynolds also met the great hero who protected the Tang dynasty during the Continental War, Dean Randolph. To his disappointment, Randolph didn't shine as brightly as he had imagined. Randolph looked like an ordinary old man. He could smash a bunch of people in the crowd with a brick. Reynolds felt like he was a janitor on Earth. Even those old grandpas who collected garbage were more eye-catching than him. Also, he had a straight face. From the beginning to the end, he didn't show any emotions. He didn't even frown. If he didn't know how to speak, Reynolds would have thought that he was a stone. Dean Randolph's reputation of being rigid and dull was indeed well deserved. The other freshmen didn't feel anything special about Randolph's speech. Since it was the first time for these newbie fighters to see a peerless powerhouse and their idol, they were extremely excited. Even though Randolph's speech was ordinary, they still applauded loudly. Only Reynolds, who thought that he was bored, yawned. Back on Earth, he had already heard his teacher ramble on endlessly. It was nothing more than studying hard and making progress every day or something like that. Reynolds secretly took out his phone and looked at his WeChat message. He found that Lin Ling still hadn't replied to him. What a headache. What exactly happened? When Reynolds first came to the academy yesterday, he asked around for Lin Ling's whereabouts. He only got some gossip. Lin Ling's class was the demon class in the academy. It was also the first batch of students who were selected for the new test. The so-called new style was a once-in-a-lifetime trial. Killing each other. The winner stayed. The loser was eliminated. Of course, the only thing Reynolds knew was that Lin Ling was safe and sound. Now, he had to find some time to go to the demon class to find Lin Ling. The only regret was that the demon class was too far away from the martial arts class where Reynolds and Shijun were in. Another thing was that Reynolds was interested in the honorary dean of the demon class, Angela. How many heroes had he met? Irene asked, Reynolds, did you not sleep well last night? Since they were all freshmen, she didn't know any of her classmates, so she could only mingle with her roommate, Reynolds. Moreover, she didn't want to come into contact with more people to reduce the possibility of her identity being exposed. Reynolds closed his eyes sleepily and said in a daze, No, I slept very well last night. It's just that the old man was a little boring. Old man? Erin opened her beautiful eyes wide. Even a rebellious girl like her knew that the strong were respected. Her roommate was too arrogant. She glanced around like a thief. Luckily, everyone was attracted by Randolph's speech and they were sitting in a remote corner of the auditorium. Otherwise, they would be beaten to death by the angry fans. After wiping her sweat, Erin whispered to Reynolds, Reynolds, you'd better call him Dean Randolph. No matter what, he is a powerful warrior of our Tang dynasty, no, even the entire king's realm. We have to respect him. Oh. Reynolds nodded thoughtfully. That old, Dean Randolph, how powerful is he? Compared to the honorary dean, Angela, what level is she at? Erin hurriedly covered Reynolds' mouth when she saw that he was about to say something crazy again. She said hurriedly, How can you say something like that? They are both top warriors. We don't have the chance to see them fight. Reynolds didn't care much about what Erin said. However, when he felt Erin's hand on his mouth, he smelled a faint fragrance. Reynolds frowned and grabbed Erin's hand. He asked curiously, Brother Shijun, why is your hand so fragrant? It's so soft, like a girl's. Erin was surprised when Reynolds suddenly grabbed her hand. She blushed and quickly pulled her hand back. She changed the topic, Reynolds, are you bored? Let's talk. Erin's change of topic was very successful. Reynolds only thought Shijun used some perfume, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, when he heard Erin's words, he was suddenly energized. He said, Okay, let me tell you a few jokes. Unfortunately, he didn't have many friends at this time. When he was on Earth, Reynolds liked to hang out with a few friends, drink a little wine, brag, and tell a few dirty jokes. Erin thought it was a good idea. Dean Randolph had been talking for almost 2 hours. It wasn't that he was fluent in his speech. On the contrary, he would pause for a few seconds to think of the next sentence before he continued. In other people's eyes, this might be the demeanor of a powerful warrior. However, Erin was a different girl after all. She thought it was a bit boring. Therefore, she clicked with Reynolds's suggestion and wanted to hear what he had to say. My father took me out to take a bath. The floor was slippery, so I grabbed my father's penis and didn't fall down. My father scolded, Mother ***, luckily you came with me. If you came with your mother, you will fall to your death. Reynolds was a quiet but passionate person on earth. It was just that he had been in the king's realm for a long time, so he didn't have anyone to talk to. Diao Chan can't, she will kill me. Lin Ling can't for the time being. Their relationship hasn't reached that point. Athena, I will die miserably. As for the others, forget it. Now that he had finally made his first real friend of the same sex, he had to say everything he wanted to say. Erin was stunned for a moment, then she couldn't help but giggle. However, she immediately realized her gaffe and covered her mouth. Her face was red to her ears. Although she looked like a man, she was a girl after all. She still had to have the most basic restraint. Fortunately, under the disguise technique, no one could see any abnormalities. Also, she couldn't help but laugh just now. She forgot to use the sound imitation technique to change her voice. Erin was a bit nervous. Reynolds frowned. Shijun, why are you laughing like a girl? A real man should laugh cheerfully. For example, haha, hee. It's all good, don't giggle, it's too mushy. Reynolds felt his hair stand on end. At the same time, he doubted whether his brother Shijun was the same. Seeing that he didn't notice, Erin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, yes, you are right. Chapter 410. Fortunately, Randolph's long speech was finally over. The students walked out of the auditorium one after another and entered the building for their first class. So-called magic is to use one's own magic as a matrix, and gather the elements in the air through the perception of mental strength, making them gather around the matrix's magic as the center. Once it reaches a certain level of strength, it becomes a skill. This was the first class, basic knowledge of magic. Although it was a martial arts class, some basic knowledge of magic still needed to be taught. The lecturer was a lady named Carrie. She was a middle-aged woman who still retained her charm. During the lecture, she would occasionally show off her graceful figure. This caused the hearts of the group of rookie virgin warriors below to ripple. Their attention was more focused on her coquettish gestures. Reynolds listened with great interest. After all, it was his first time teaching in a world like this. The content was very novel and interesting. It seemed that from the beginning, he had simply thought that this was a world related to Kings of Glory. However, its structure and settings seemed to be slowly expanding, and the new world was becoming clearer and clearer. After living here for a few months, Reynolds was more willing to admit that this was a brand new world that had nothing to do with Kings of Glory. As for Erin, she was a girl after all. Of course, she was unmoved. She carefully analyzed whether Lecturer Carrie's lecture was correct or not. Apart from her talent, she liked to ask questions instead of blindly absorbing information. This was one of the reasons why Erin's magic level improved so quickly. This was because this class required a nimble mind to manipulate complex elements. Although Lecturer Carrie's lecture was not wrong, Erin still felt that it was not thorough enough. This was inevitable. Erin's sanctuary-level family was originally a family of magic. Her elders were all teaching her without holding anything back. Naturally, she was much better than an ordinary lecturer. However, Erin did not have much contact with the outside world and did not understand this. She only felt that Lecturer Carrie's lecture was not very good, so she wanted to ask for others' opinions. Of course, since she only knew one person since she came to the academy, she could only ask for help from her roommate, Reynolds, who was listening to the lecture with great interest. But his gaze seemed to be the same as those rookie virgin warriors. Most of them were looking at certain parts of Ms. Carrie's body. Erin poked Reynolds' waist. Reynolds turned around and whispered, "What's wrong, Shijun? We have to pay attention in class." Do you want to hear a joke? Not now. Irene thought to herself, how are you listening to the lecture? You're clearly fantasizing about the teacher. However, he still said, Reynolds, we also need to discuss problems occasionally in class to increase our activity. By the way, what do you think of Ms. Carey? Reynolds clicked his tongue and rubbed his chin. He pondered for a while and said, she's quite coquettish. I wonder if she'll have an affair behind her husband's back. If she was on Earth, she would probably look like a celebrity with the surname Young. Erin almost fainted. What I mean is, how was her lecture? What are you thinking? Reynolds, we can't be so disrespectful to our teacher. She felt that her roommate's thoughts were too imaginative. Could it be that all boys were like this? Terrifying. Oh, you're talking about that. Make it clear. Reynolds didn't realize his mistake and instead made a false accusation. Erin almost couldn't catch her breath. Brother, other than you, who else would understand other things? Reynolds said casually, SOSO, it's just SOSO. It's just that the content of the lecture is a little novel. Speaking of which, her figure and skin are quite well maintained. It's quite rare for someone her age. Seeing that he returned to the topic after a few sentences, Erin simply shut her mouth. It was very difficult to communicate with a man and with Reynolds. Reno glanced at Irene and a smile appeared on his face. It's so good to learn and become stronger in such a world. After coming to this world for a few months, Reynolds felt as if he was a person of this world. He was actually slowly accepting this place. A few days later, Reynolds had a preliminary understanding of the Chang'an Academy. Most of the professions in the Tang Empire had been opened: warrior, magic master, assassin, thief, archer, followed by hunter, assistant, priest, summoner, boundary master. Generally speaking, they were classified according to physics and magic. Reynolds studied physics, while Lin Ling studied magic. This was only the news that Reynolds had heard. Before he saw Lin Ling in person, Reynolds's heart would never be at ease. The distance between the Martial Arts Academy and the Magic Academy was really far. If he took the Earth Dragon chariot, it would take about half an hour to get there. That showed how big Chang'an Academy was. Carefully divided, there were usually dozens of classes for majors, and each class had about dozens of students. Classes for minor majors had fewer students, maybe a dozen or a few. All in all, the Chang'an Academy had an amazing number of students, nearly 20,000. Every year, they sent so many talents to the Tang Empire, so their status in the whole society of the Tang Empire was very high. People of the royal family and the nobles had to respect these lecturers and didn't dare to be arrogant. The academy had strict requirements. Classes started at 7 o'clock in the morning, took an hour's rest at noon, and then continued until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But Reynolds felt that these classes were much more relaxed than his high school. It was almost the same as the university he went to. It was just that the classes he had been attending these past few days were all about basic theories. What Reynolds wanted to hear was the history of Great Tang, the history of the continent, and even the swords and sabers that he had imagined training in the training grounds. He didn't get to hear or practice them at all. Therefore, he felt a little bored and started to take a nap during the classes. And this basic theory class would last for 2 weeks. Many people's understanding of a warrior is only limited to their thick muscles and tyrannical strength. But in fact, a warrior is not a magical beast that only knows how to attack. No matter how strong our muscles are, they can't resist the teeth and claws of magical beasts. Even if our defensive power is high, we will be at a disadvantage if we fight them head-on. Therefore, we have to learn how to dodge, block, and other defensive skills. Now, I'll talk about the specific content of defense. Although Carter was a powerful warrior and an experienced lecturer, his lecture was not lively at all. Perhaps all the lecturers in the academy were influenced by Dean Randolph's dull-witted personality. Dean Randolph's lecture was not interesting at all. Chapter 4:11. However, there was no doubt that he was a selfless lecturer. He would try his best to answer every question that came his way. Therefore, none of the students would miss this opportunity. They were all very serious in class. It was a pity that Reynolds, who found this theory boring, was still drowsy. It was just a theory. He could just listen to it casually. There was no need to digest this boring knowledge. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to fall asleep on the table. Feeling a bone-chilling cold on his head, Reynolds, who had dreamed of some strange things, woke up with a start. He raised his head with a blank expression and was about to ask something. Suddenly, he remembered that he was in a classroom in Tang Dynasty's Chang'an Academy. It was a familiar scene. However, the blackboard had been replaced by a magic mirror, and the chalk had been replaced by an ice ball. The lecturer, Carter, was standing on the podium. He was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. His palm was still open, and his palm was facing Reynolds. Naturally, he was the one who threw the ice ball. Irene looked helpless. She had already poked Reynolds's waist several times when she saw that the situation was not good. This was Irene's weakness. She would laugh if she used any force. However, it was useless on Reynolds. Carter's face was gloomy. "Student, is my lecture that boring?" Reynolds hurriedly said, "Not at all, Mr. Carter. Your lecture is lively, witty, and humorous. My respect for you is like a surging river. It's endless. It's also like—" Carter interrupted him. "Very good. Go to the warrior training field at the back of the mountain and chop the trial stone 1,000 times. Come back when you have enough data." Reynolds walked out of the classroom in embarrassment. He couldn't help but feel that it was funny and unbelievable. He didn't expect that no matter which school he was in, the teachers were all the same. The Stone of Trials was a type of stone used by warriors and assassins who used heavy or light weapons to practice basic movements such as hacking, chopping, knocking, and stabbing to increase their strength. It was not accurate to call it a stone, because it was not as hard as normal stones. Instead, it was flexible, like cow tendons. In fact, it was a special kind of plant. When damaged by external forces, it could absorb the particles in the air and recover at an amazing speed. It was a pity that there wasn't a lot of it, otherwise, it would definitely be the best material for the city walls. However, the production of trial stones was enough to become the training tools of the academy. Moreover, they were of the best quality. If they were really hard and big stones, after a few slashes, the recoil would split the skin between the thumb and the index finger. Inferior weapons would even be greatly damaged, making it difficult to achieve the effect of high-frequency training. Another benefit of the Stone of Trials was that the feeling of the weapons clashing against it was similar to that of many magical beasts and humans. This would allow the martial artist to be fully mentally prepared when they set foot on the battlefield in the future. However, even if it was a flexible object, it was not an easy task to cut it thousands of times. Furthermore, he could not be lazy. This was because the Academy's trial stone had a built-in recording device. If he cut the stone, the data would be recorded. However, when his strength reached a certain level, the number of cuts recorded would increase. It was not something that could be done just by fooling around. All records would be automatically cleared after the tester took out the datasheet, leaving it for future testers to continue practicing. In addition, during the practice period, the frequency of every 10 minutes could not be lower than a certain value. Otherwise, the data would also be cleared, and it would not be possible to divide the time to complete it. The cultivation of perseverance and willpower required a spurt of energy. This was especially true when magical beasts attacked cities or when foreign countries were in conflict. Occupations such as warriors and knights had to stand at the forefront to resist the tide of magical beasts and armies. Sometimes, it was simply impossible to stop and take a breather. The academy often used the trial stones to arrange training tasks for the students. There was no need for the instructors to personally supervise them. Instead, the students themselves had to hand in the datasheet. Generally speaking, it was a rare opportunity to study in the academy. Almost everyone would work hard and never be lazy. They would strive to absorb as much knowledge as possible before graduation and embark on the path of the strong. The trial stones were usually used during the practical class, but today was an exception. This was because the academy was currently only at the theory class stage for freshmen. However, There was one more person in the freshman's trial field. This was a large field with an area of 3,000 square meters, but there was only one person because it was class time. A few days later, Reynolds had a preliminary understanding of the Chang'an Academy. Most of the professions in the Tang Empire had been opened: warrior, magic master, assassin, thief, archer, followed by hunter, assistant, priest, summoner, boundary master. Generally speaking, they were classified according to physics and magic. Reynolds studied physics, while Lin Ling studied magic. This was just the information Reynolds had heard. Before he saw Lin Ling in person, Reynolds would not be relieved. The distance between the martial arts class and the magic class was really far. If one took the Earth Dragon carriage, it would take about half an hour to drive there. This showed how large the Chang'an Academy was. In detail, there were usually dozens of classes for majors, and each class had about a dozen students. Classes for minor majors had fewer students, and it was possible to have a dozen or even a few students. All in all, the Chang'an Academy had an astonishing number of students, nearly 20,000. Every year, they sent so many talents to the Tang Empire, so their status in the whole society of the Tang Empire was very high. People of the royal family and the nobles had to respect these lecturers and did not dare to be arrogant. The requirements of the academy were very strict. Classes started at 7 in the morning, took an hour's rest at noon, and then continued until about 4 in the afternoon. However, Reynolds felt that these classes were much more relaxed than his high school. It was similar to the university he attended. It was just that the classes he had been attending these past few days were all about basic theories. What Reynolds wanted to hear was the history of Great Tang, the history of the continent, and even the swords and sabers that he had imagined training in the training grounds. He didn't get to hear or practice them at all. Therefore, he inevitably felt a little bored and began to selectively doze off in class. And these basic theory classes would last for 2 weeks. Many people's understanding of warriors stops at their thick muscles and tyrannical strength. But in fact, warriors are not magic beasts who only know how to attack. No matter how strong our muscles are, it is difficult to resist the teeth and claws of magic beasts. Even if our defensive power is high, we will be at a disadvantage if we fight head-on. Therefore, we must learn how to dodge, block, and other defensive skills. Now, I will talk about the specific content of defense. Chapter 4:12. Although Carter was a powerful warrior and an experienced lecturer, his lecture was not lively at all. Perhaps all the lecturers in the academy were influenced by Dean Randolph's dull-witted personality. Dean Randolph's lecture was not interesting at all. Perhaps all the lecturers in the academy were influenced by Dean Randolph. However, there was no doubt that he was a selfless lecturer. He would try his best to answer every question from the academy. Therefore, none of the students would miss this opportunity. They were all very serious in the class. Reynolds, who found the theory boring, was still sleepy. It was just a theory, and there was no need for him to digest this boring knowledge. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to fall asleep on the table, feeling a bone-chilling cold on his head. Reynolds, who had dreamed of some strange things, woke up with a start. He raised his head with a blank expression and was about to ask something. Suddenly, he remembered that he was in a classroom in Chang'an Academy in Tang Dynasty. It was a familiar scene. However, the blackboard was replaced by a magic mirror, and the chalk was replaced by an ice ball. Carter was standing on the podium. He was so angry that he was glaring at Reynolds. His hand was still open, and his palm was facing Reynolds. Obviously, he was the one who threw the ice ball. Erin's face was full of helplessness. She had already poked Reynolds's waist several times when she saw that the situation wasn't good. Aline's waist was a vital part of her body, and she would burst out laughing if she used any force. However, it did not work on Reynolds. Carter's face darkened. "Excuse me, is my lecture that boring?" Reynolds hurriedly said, "You're too kind, Mr. Carter. Your narration is lively, witty, and humorous. My respect for you is like a surging river, endless and unending. It's also like..." Carter interrupted him and said, "Very well. Now, Go to the warrior training field in the back of the mountain and chop the trial stone 1,000 times. Come back when you have enough data. Reynolds walked out of the classroom embarrassedly. He could not help but feel that it was funny and unbelievable. No matter which school he was in, the teachers were all the same. The Stone of Trials was a type of stone used by warriors and assassins who used heavy or light weapons to practice basic movements such as hacking, chopping, knocking, and stabbing to increase their strength. It wasn't accurate to call it a stone, because it wasn't as hard as ordinary stones. Instead, it was flexible, just like cow tendons. In fact, it was a kind of strange plant. When it was injured by external forces, it could recover at an astonishing speed by absorbing particles in the air. It was a pity that there wasn't a lot of it, otherwise, it would definitely be the best material for the city walls. However, the production of trial stones was enough to become the training tools of the academy. Moreover, they were of the best quality. If they were really hard and big stones, after a few slashes, the recoil would split the skin between the thumb and the index finger. Inferior weapons would even be greatly damaged, making it difficult to achieve the effect of high-frequency training. Another benefit of the Stone of Trials was that the feeling of the weapons clashing against it was similar to that of many magical beasts and humans. This would allow the martial artist to be fully mentally prepared when they set foot on the battlefield in the future. However, even if it was a flexible object, it was not an easy task to cut it thousands of times. Furthermore, he could not be lazy. This was because the Academy's trial stone had a built-in recording device. If he cut the stone, the data would be recorded. However, when his strength reached a certain level, the number of cuts recorded would increase. It was not something that could be done just by fooling around. And all the records would be automatically cleared after the tester took out the datasheet, leaving it for future testers to continue practicing. Also, during the practice period, the frequency of every 10 minutes could not be lower than a certain value. Otherwise, it would also be cleared, and it would not be possible to split the time to complete it. The cultivation of perseverance and willpower required a spurt of energy. This was especially true when magical beasts were attacking cities or when foreign countries were in conflict. Warriors, knights, and other occupations had to stand at the forefront, resisting the tide of magical beasts and armies. Sometimes, it was simply impossible to stop and take a breather. The academy often used the trial stones to arrange the training tasks for the students. There was no need for the instructors to personally supervise them. Instead, the students themselves had to hand in the datasheet. Generally speaking, it was a rare and good opportunity to be able to study in the academy. Almost everyone would work hard and would not be lazy. They would strive to absorb as much knowledge as possible before graduation and stride towards the path of the strong. The trial stones were usually only used during the practical class, but today was an exception. This was because the academy was currently only at the theory class stage for the freshmen. However, there was one more person in the freshmen's trial field. In the large field with an area of 3,000 square meters, there was only one person. This was because it was class time. Reynolds panted as he held the special training knife for the trial field. He slashed at the trial stone in front of him again and again. 805,806,807,808. Reynolds listened to the value transmitted from the recording device and wiped his sweat. His arm was completely numb, and even lifting it was a bit of a problem. He was still a little short of the 1,000 that the old fellow Carter had requested. In fact, the freshman's task was usually around 500. However, Carter's requirements were strict, and he was a little harsh on this freshman who dared to sleep in his class. At the same time, it served as an example to others. Reynolds used all his strength to slash at the stone, but he could only cut it as deep as a thumb. Then, the trial stone would return to normal soon after. This made Reynolds feel very defeated. Finally, he could not help but sit on the ground. However, his butt had not even warmed up yet. Beep beep, beep beep. The recording device in the trial stone issued a warning, reminding the tester that the frequency of 10 minutes was too low. If he did not work hard, he might not be able to meet the requirements. Instead, he would be forcefully cleared, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. Reynolds helplessly picked up the large knife prepared by the trial field. He imagined the trial stone to be Carter's hateful face that had embarrassed him. His strength grew again, and he used all his strength to slash at the stone. It was not because Reynolds's physical strength was too weak, but because Reynolds had never intended to use Levi's strength to carry out the trial. After having a taste of using his ordinary strength to slash at the trial stone, Reynolds felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. Fortunately, Reynolds discovered that he did not know why, but after coming to the king's realm, his physique seemed to have become better and better. For example, this punishment of 1,000 slashes. If it was in the past, he might not even be able to finish 100 slashes before his physical strength was overdrawn. Huff, huff. When Reynolds held the value of 1,000, he was so tired that he directly laid down on the trial field. His whole body seemed to have fallen apart, and he did not want to get up. He just wanted to sleep like this. So tired. Reynolds let out a loud roar as if he was venting. He took out a bottle of ice-cold bustling from his apocalypse bracelet and drank it all in one go. Drinking happy water after exercising was really too refreshing. Chapter 413. Soon, it was the weekend. Reynolds wanted to have a meal with Shijun, but she said she wasn't feeling well and went back to her dorm. Reynolds had no choice but to give up. He told her he was going out to meet a friend and asked her to leave the door open. The two parted ways and Shijun returned to her dorm. Shijun entered the bathroom. Even though it was the weekend, she had nowhere to go. She didn't have a home in Chang'an, so she could only stay in the academy. The reflection of a young girl's beautiful face appeared on the glass. That was her true appearance. Young girls always liked to look good, especially those who had absolute confidence in themselves. After a week of using the disguise technique, Erin couldn't help but remove it. It was such a beautiful face that even Erin was intoxicated with it. However, it had to be hidden under an elemental membrane during her most youthful years. Erin couldn't help but feel a little regretful when she thought about it. She took off her commoner's clothes one by one, and her jade-white body was exposed like a peeled corn. She had never done any heavy work since she was young, and her skin was as tender as the princess in Andersen's fairy tale, who could feel the hardness of a pea through 20 layers of quilts and 20 layers of feather cushions. A layer of white cloth wrapped tightly around the girl's proudest part. Erin gently pulled the knot on her back, and the white cloth fell to the ground. A pair of white rabbits that would make most women feel ashamed of their inferiority jumped out. They were especially active after being suppressed for a long time, but they could only see the light of day for a short period of time. Erin looked at her beautiful body in the water mirror and sighed. She had gained freedom after escaping her family, but she had to pay a price for it. For the next few years, she had to hide her beauty and live as a man. Erin suddenly had the urge to dress up as a woman again to satisfy her cravings. Reynolds was not around. He said that he would only be back at night, but he might not be back. Erin didn't even put on her clothes. She walked out naked to get her clothes. Just as she reached the living room, the sound of a key turning came from outside the door. Erin was shocked. She turned around and ran back to the bathroom. Just as she was about to lock the door, Reynolds rushed in and pushed the door open. Wait. Ah! Irene screamed. Mariana. She turned around and yelled at the same time. The magic lamp went out. Taking advantage of the darkness, Irene hurriedly ran to the side of the bathtub and jumped in with a plop. Her heart was thumping non-stop. Did he see her real face and female body just now? Also, why did he suddenly barge in? Could it be that he saw that she was a woman and wanted to take advantage of her? Thinking of this, Irene secretly gathered her magic power. If Reynolds tried to violate her, she would not hesitate to beat him until he was incapacitated. Brother Shijun, why did you turn off the lights? Just as Reynolds was about to say the spell to turn on the light, Irene interrupted him in a panic. Don't turn on the light. She was relieved that her roommate hadn't discovered her secret. Reynolds was taken aback. Why? It's so dark, I can't see anything. Erin didn't answer. Instead, she asked, why did you suddenly come back? Reynolds touched his forehead helplessly and said, I haven't showered for almost a week. I've been training my body every day and I'm covered in sweat. I'm going to find a friend later. What if she sees me smelly? Moreover, Reynolds didn't think there was anything wrong with taking a bath with a boy. After all, he was on Earth. He could take a bath with a few of his roommates. It was very satisfying. Irene was still in shock. I'll be done soon. Can't you wait? Reynolds explained, I have to go see my friend quickly. It's very important. Moreover, we're all men. What's wrong with taking a bath together? Don't tell me. Irene's heart tightened. This guy was finally suspicious. What should she do now? Reynolds suddenly gave a meaningful laugh and said, Brother, don't tell me it's because it's relatively small. Afraid I'll see it. Ha ha, Shijun, don't worry. I won't use this to mock others. You know, it's not scary if it's small. There's plenty of room for growth in the future. The most important thing for us men is endurance. We can endure for a long time. Well, that's what I mean. Seeing that his words were getting dirtier, Reynolds finally shut his mouth in embarrassment. He had to restrain himself a little. Although he hadn't said anything flirtatious since he came to King's Realm, suddenly being so fierce was not what Reynolds wanted. After all, Irene was a girl. She didn't know how to answer such vulgar talk about a man's ugly thing. She was so shy that she wanted to dive into the water. But hearing the sound of clothes falling on the floor, Irene knew that tonight's bath was inevitable. She could only helplessly say, Okay, Reynolds. But you can't turn on the light. I'm not used to taking a bath with others. Reynolds smiled and said, Shijun, you're really strange. You even have a hobby of turning off the light. Okay, I'll do as you say. I've always been indifferent. Irene thought, you're the one with a hobby. You want to barge in when I'm taking a bath. Wouldn't a coward be scared to death by you? When he thought of washing away the dirt on his body and going to see Lin Ling with a refreshed spirit, and then they could talk about their parting. Reynolds had a smile on his face all the time. Thinking of this, Reynolds said to Irene, I'm coming Tilda. He ran a few steps and then fell into the bath with a plop. Although it was the Academy's dormitory, it was still a fighter's dormitory, so it was very big. It was much bigger than an ordinary family's dormitory. But Irene still thought it was small. Hearing the sound of Reynolds splashing water beside her, her heart was uneasy. Her hands tightly covered the female's important parts, one above and one below, for fear that he would stretch his evil claws over. She had never thought that she would actually be in the same bath with a man she had only known for less than a week. Although it was an accident, she was still so shy that her face was burning and her ears were red. Fortunately, Reynolds was really just taking a bath and didn't become restless. This made Irene breathe a sigh of relief. However, Reynolds suddenly felt that it would be more or less awkward if the two of them took a bath without saying a word. So, Reynolds said to Irene, Shijun, let's talk. Irene was surprised and said, Okay. What do you want to talk about? Reynolds thought for a moment and asked, Do you know about the Academy's new policy? New policy? I've heard about it. Irene asked curiously. But as expected of someone from a big family, she was very well informed. This year's dean came up with a new policy in order to select talents different from the previous years. It said that it's to cultivate talents for future wars, so the first batch of freshmen will kill each other. The winner will receive a great privilege from the Academy. Chapter 4:14. What about the losers? Did they really kill each other? Did anyone die? Erin frowned. I'm not sure. It said that there were only 20 or so winners a while ago. They were assigned to a special class by the Chang'an Academy. It's a class that the Academy is focusing on. Reynolds nodded. There was no news about Lin Ling. Could it be? But it was impossible. Lin Ling and Diao Chan were so close. She must have given Lin Ling a lot of magic treasures. Reynolds relaxed a little. He looked at Erin in the dark with admiration. Shijun, you're amazing. I feel like you're very well informed and knowledgeable. This was what Erin was best at. She said proudly, Of course. Look at me, who am I? Erin almost spilled the beans. She looked at Reynolds in horror. Fortunately, Reynolds didn't hear anything. He was still bathing. Shijun, why aren't you bathing? I heard you standing there the whole time. Erin heard Reynolds's voice and thought of his naked body not far from her. She was shocked and embarrassed. I'm bathing. She cupped her hands and splashed water on her body, pretending to be bathing. Reynolds smiled. Shijun, take your time. I'll go out first. Erin was relieved. She got up and wanted to lock the bathroom door. Halfway through, the door was suddenly pushed open. For the second time, Erin screamed in fright and covered her private parts. Fortunately, the lights were off and the bathroom was pitch black. Otherwise, everything would have been exposed if they faced each other face to face. Erin was like a woman facing rape. Reynolds, what do you want? She asked in a trembling voice. Reynolds chuckled and said, Shijun, do you know? I just found out a secret of yours. Her roommate's tone was so strange that Erin felt dizzy. Oh no, he knew I was a woman. He just didn't expose me. Reynolds let out a strange laugh and said, Shijun, when I came in to take a shower, I accidentally saw your butt. No, your butt. It's really white, round, and perky. It's almost like a girl's. No wonder you didn't dare to take a shower with me with the lights on. You were afraid that I would make fun of you, right? Don't worry, I'm a very kind person. Haha. He slammed the door. Erin was on the verge of tears. Apart from her parents, no other man had ever seen her body, and it was even that part. Erin felt as if her world had crumbled. The purest land in her heart had been tainted. The terrible premonition she had when she first met her roommate had unfortunately come true. At this moment, the bathroom door was pushed open for the third time. Erin was completely numb from the shock that was even more exciting than bungee jumping. Even if her roommates pounced on her, she probably wouldn't be bothered to resist since she was so disheartened. However, Reynolds didn't know she was a woman. Even if he did, he wouldn't do such a thing. This time, he had something important to talk to her about. Shijun, I almost forgot. You're not a local, right? It's too lonely to be alone at school. Do you want to come to Chang'an with me this weekend? When Reynolds was getting impatient, Erin used a disguise spell to change back to Shijun. She put on her clothes and walked out of the bathroom. That set of women's clothing, which was the only set of women's clothing she had left behind, had been thrown back into the magic storage ring. Although it would add a little weight, it was better than leaving it in the bag, which might cause accidents in the future. When Erin came out, Reynolds grabbed her arm and said, Why are you so slow, Shijun? I'm almost weathered. Erin gently shook off his hand. Her face was as red as the sunset. Half of it was because she was shy, and the other half was because she was aroused by her own imagination. Reynolds, I have a few requests. Reynolds was stunned. What requests are they? That's so serious. Is it because I can't make fun of you? I didn't mean that. Erin felt helpless when talking to an alien again. It's not like that. First, you can't barge in when I'm bathing. Reynolds said, That's it. That's easy. Do you feel like you're at a disadvantage when I see you like that? How about this? Next time when you're bathing, I'll show you mine too. Erin blushed. I don't want that. Anyway, I like to bathe alone. It's a matter of personal preference. You have to respect my privacy. Reynolds nodded. Okay. I want to use this method to improve our friendship. What other requests do you have? Erin said, Second, you're not allowed to touch my body. 2 grown men, it's too mushy. Reynolds smiled. Okay. As long as you don't want me to give myself to you, everything else is negotiable. Let's talk while we walk. He then grabbed her arm and walked away. Shijun, this doesn't count as touching, right? I can't wait any longer. Let's hurry up. Erin wanted to break free, but after hearing Reynolds's last sentence, she felt embarrassed and could only let him hold her arm. However, her body was a little stiff. She had never held hands with a man before. But on second thought, since they had already bathed together, holding hands was not a big deal. Anyway, he did not know that she was a woman. Erin sighed and followed Reynolds out of the door. As soon as he reached the gate, Reynolds called for a small earth dragon car and went straight to the Magic Academy in Chang'an. Although the martial arts and magic academies were both in Chang'an, they were very far away. It took almost an hour to walk, but with the earth dragon's speed, they arrived at their destination in a short while. Erin looked at the excited Reynolds and couldn't help but sigh. She originally wanted to spend a leisurely weekend alone, take a good bath, and admire her beautiful and moving body, but she didn't want to be completely ruined by this bastard Reynolds. It was boring to stay in the dorm alone. She might as well go with Reynolds. Erin looked at Reynolds and asked, "Reynolds, is that friend of yours in the Magic Academy a girl?" Reynolds faintly smiled and said, "Yes, I hope to see her. She seems to be one of the first batch of students who were used as guinea pigs by the Academy." Erin was a little surprised and curious about Reynolds's background. But because they weren't familiar with each other, she couldn't ask. Reynolds took out 2 hermit cloaks from his pocket and handed one to Erin. Chapter 4:15. Erin asked curiously, "Why are you wearing this? Are we going to rob someone?" Although she hadn't stayed with Reynolds for a long time, under the influence of what she had heard and seen, she would more or less be influenced by some wild and unconstrained thoughts. While Erin was feeling proud of her words, Reynolds looked at her with admiration. "Not bad, little Shijun. You're much more humorous now. You're not as rigid as you were a few days ago. But you're wrong. Don't you think that we're so handsome that we'll attract a lot of people's attention? What if we get entangled with a group of passionate beauties when we enter the academy? Sigh, there's no other way. We're so handsome, there's really no other way." Then, he sighed. Erin was dumbfounded as she looked at the shameless Reynolds. She was speechless for a while. The little bit of pride that had just risen disappeared in an instant. It seemed that between her and this weird roommate, no matter how much she improved, she felt that she couldn't catch up to him. Reynolds had found this cloak by chance in the Apocalypse bracelet. After discovering its wonderful use, he immediately fell in love with it. In fact, Reynolds had a reason for wearing the hermit cloak that even he felt was a little too cautious. Recently, he had always felt that there was a strange gaze watching him. He had tried to search for it, but it would always disappear when he was about to catch it. This made Reynolds very frightened and angry, as if his private life was being peeped at. Sometimes Reynolds felt that he was being too cautious, but that strange feeling still told him that he was being watched. Reynolds was very unhappy with this feeling. For the sake of caution, Reynolds chose to wear the hermit cloak in broad daylight. The two arrived at the Demon Path class not far away and quietly waited here, watching the students coming in and out. After a while, Reynolds's eyes lit up and he walked quickly to a flower bed in front of him. Erin sighed and could only follow. Reynolds quickened his pace. He saw a familiar figure, the figure that he had been thinking about day and night, the figure of his only relative in the king's realm, Lin Ling. Reynolds wanted to hug her fiercely. He really wanted to hug her. It felt like a lifetime ago. Reynolds was halfway there when he suddenly stopped. His eyes turned cold. He paused for a moment before continuing to walk forward. Lin Ling was still as beautiful as ever. Her temperament had become more mature and calm. She was followed closely by a man. This man was dressed in a knight's armor. He was tall and powerful, had a head of golden hair, and was incomparably handsome. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the distressed expression on Lin Ling's face. Reynolds walked forward and stood in front of Lin Ling, looking at the strange man. When the strange male knight saw that someone had interrupted them, he immediately became angry. He frowned and asked coldly, "Who are you?" As Reynolds was wearing the hermit's cloak, even Lin Ling did not recognize him. "You don't have the qualifications to know who I am," said Reynolds coldly. "I'll count to 3 and you'll immediately scram out of my sight. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can still stand here in one piece." Reynolds's words could be said to be a provocation, but there was no other way. Reynolds felt that if he could not see Lin Ling, the only person who had gone through thick and thin with him, he would miss her at most. But now, Reynolds really saw a living person instead of chatting on WeChat. Reynolds really could not stand Lin Ling being pestered by another man. In other words, Reynolds was in a daze. He had completely lost his usual tranquility and calmness. Sure enough, when the strange man heard this, a feminine expression appeared on his face. He smiled and said somewhat playfully, "You're talking nonsense. I'd like to see what you can do to me." 1. It turned out that Reynolds had already started counting. Behind him, Lin Ling frowned and looked at Reynolds, but did not say anything. 2. Reynolds said the second number. At this time, his roommate, Erin, tugged at the corner of Reynolds's clothes and whispered, "Hey, you're causing trouble." How could she not know Reynolds's strength? He was only slightly better than an ordinary person. The person in front of her was obviously a very high-level knight. Although she did not take him seriously, the difference in strength was too big for Reynolds. Reynolds was unmoved and said the last number expressionlessly, 3. The strange knight looked at Reynolds with a playful expression and sneered, "Time's up. What can you do to me?" Reynolds sighed and looked at the strange knight's handsome face in front of him. He said, "You asked for it." The strange knight laughed, "Haha, interesting. What are you going to do to me?" Erin tugged at Reynolds's clothes and whispered, "Reynolds, don't cause trouble. You can't beat him." Reynolds raised his wrist and pointed the apocalypse bracelet at him. The strange knight was stunned and laughed, "Huh? What do you mean? Are you doing acrobatics?" Reynolds's angry and jealous face gradually calmed down. He stared at him for a while and put the bracelet away. After all, opening the underworld in such a shocking manner was too ostentatious. There was a rumbling sound, the sky darkened, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky like a bolt of lightning, mercilessly striking the unfamiliar knight. Erin, Lin Ling, and everyone else around them were shocked by the sudden turn of events. They all turned to look at the two of them. What's going on? Someone activated an innate skill on campus? Haha, are the freshmen this year so arrogant? Interesting. The strange knight's attention was completely attracted by Reynolds's action of raising his wrist and did not notice the thunder of punishment. At this moment, he was struck by lightning. His skin was charred black, and his smooth golden hair was completely blown up. His armor was also smashed to the ground, and smoke was coming out of it. Boom! The unfamiliar knight was caught off guard and fainted just like that. He fell to the ground. Erin looked at Reynolds with her mouth agape. She said, "Reynolds, you're in trouble now." Lin Ling looked at Reynolds and frowned. She suddenly thought of something and the calm expression on her face suddenly became agitated. "Chen. Reynolds. You're here." Reynolds smiled. Although he was wearing the hermit's cloak, Lin Ling could not see it. Reynolds said, "Let's go to a deserted place." Lin Ling did not say anything else and quickly left with Reynolds and Erin. Chang'an Academy, training field. There were only 3 people in the huge training field. Chapter 4:16. Reynolds took off his hermit cloak and looked at Lin Ling. Looking at her increasingly mature and beautiful appearance, her delicate face was extremely cute. However, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, her eyes were also filled with tears. She didn't expect to see Reynolds again. "Reynolds, you bad guy." Lin Ling cried and threw herself into Reynolds's arms. Reynolds was also filled with emotions. His first meeting with Lin Ling was like a movie in Reynolds's mind. "Wow, you're amazing. Can you take me as your disciple?" Sob sob sob. "Why did we die again? QAQ Reynolds, then we must survive." "Reynolds, you shy little boy, haha." The first time they met, the first time they sat together, the first time they held hands, the first time they hugged, the first time they took risks, the first time they faced death, the first time they survived a disaster, even first, love. Reynolds had given her all the firsts. He thought they would never meet again. Reynolds even thought that without Jiao Chan's protection, he would definitely die in a foreign land. Now that they met again, he saw a living person again. Reynolds opened his arms and was ready to welcome Lin Ling into his embrace. Slap. A loud slap was heard, and a red palm print immediately appeared on Reynolds's left cheek. Reynolds looked at Lin Ling in shock. He touched his face and felt a burning pain. Lin Ling didn't jump into his arms as he had imagined. Instead, she gave him a big slap on the face. Ling you, Lin Ling snorted and stood in front of Reynolds. She said coldly, who told you to leave a few months ago? Didn't we agree to share weal and woe together? Before Reynolds could speak, Erin was a little embarrassed. She pointed at both parties and said, should I leave for a while? Seeing Reynolds's helpless expression, Erin gave him a sympathetic look and left immediately. Only Reynolds and Lin Ling were left in the training field. Lin Ling's expression was cold, and her eyes were full of resentment as she looked at Reynolds. Reynolds looked at Lin Ling and her haggard face. He felt pity for her. Without saying anything, he strode forward and stretched out his arms to hug Lin Ling. Reynolds, what are you doing? Lin Ling pushed Reynolds away symbolically. She punched Reynolds's shoulder with her little fist and said angrily, let go, otherwise, I'll get angry. Reynolds hugged her and felt her soft body. He seemed to sense her uneasiness, her fear, and a trace of helplessness. It's all my fault. Ling it's all my fault. Reynolds closed his eyes and murmured. Only at this moment did he finally experience this inexplicable uneasiness and helplessness. He was Lin Ling's only family in this strange world. Yet, he had just thrown her down alone. I swear, in my whole life, I will never throw you aside. I swear that I will protect you. I will do my best to protect you. I swear that the two of us will definitely return to Earth. Reynolds couldn't hold it in any longer and poured out all his true feelings. He was afraid that he would never have such an opportunity again. Lin Ling hadn't expected Reynolds to say something like that. She stopped struggling and allowed Reynolds to hug her. She looked at Reynolds with a much gentler expression. Are you serious? Lin Ling rubbed her red eyes, her face full of confusion. Reynolds hugged Lin Ling tightly, looked at her, and said firmly, it's true. I will definitely bring you back to Earth. Lin Ling punched Reynolds and said, who told you to say this? What else did you say just now? Reynolds bared his teeth and let go of Lin Ling. He smiled bitterly and said, Ling your punches are really powerful. Lin Ling smiled and looked at Reynolds. She raised her fist and threatened, now you know how powerful I am. If you dare to leave me behind in the future, I will. No. Don't change the topic. Reynolds smiled evilly and said, accompany you, protect you, and spend the rest of my life with you. Then, when we return to Earth, I will propose to you. Hehe, little Ling you want me to say this, right? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Go away. Lin Ling's face was slightly red, and she punched him. Look at you, we haven't seen each other for a few months. Why are you so jealous? Knight Leon is just a classmate of mine. You, on the other hand, knocked him out, haha. Who told others to get close to my little Ling Looking at you, you seem to be very happy. Who's your family, narcissist? Lin Ling's class did not have weekends, so she hurriedly chatted with Reynolds for a while before leaving. They agreed to meet next time and have a good talk. Oh no. I forgot to ask Lin Ling about her phone. Reynolds walked out of the training field in frustration. Seeing Erin waiting there, his heart warmed. He walked over and hooked his arm around her shoulder. Shijun, let's go. Let's go to Chang'an City and have some fun. Haha. Shijun pushed Reynolds's arm away with a look of disgust. She sighed and asked, is it okay? Yes, it's okay. The two of them walked on the streets of Chang'an. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. King's Realm's Sanctuary Guild, the daughter of the guild leader, the genius magical girl, Miss Erin, disappeared a week ago and has not been seen. Anyone who knows her whereabouts and provides useful information will receive a generous reward from the Sanctuary Guild. Sure enough, the magic mirror around them was still showing this message. The mirror showed the beautiful and unruly genius magical girl, Erin. Erin was instantly attracted by this message and stared at it without blinking. She could not help but feel a little proud. Her disguise technique was very powerful. No matter how many messages she sent, it would be useless. Reynolds smiled and asked, brother, you've seen this too? What do you think about this Erin incident? Erin did not answer. She looked at Reynolds's burning gaze and asked, "What about you, Reynolds? What do you think of her?" In Erin's imagination, Reynolds would definitely praise her beauty. After all, Reynolds gave her the impression that he was the kind of person who was cold on the outside but passionate on the inside. She could tell from Reynolds's daily life in the dormitory and school life that he was constantly looking at the female students. Reynolds laughed and said, "I think this little girl called Erin is really an extraordinary idiot. She doesn't want to be the city lord's daughter but insists on running around and suffering. She should be careful not to be eaten by magical beasts." Erin was about to faint when she heard this. She was so angry that she wanted to press Reynolds to the ground and beat him up to vent her anger. Reynolds was shocked to see her filled with righteous indignation. He asked, "Brother, don't tell me you." Chapter 4:17. Erin also felt that she had lost her composure just now and immediately calmed down. Could it be that she had been exposed? Now that she was facing herself in the magic mirror, even if she had the disguise technique, she could still be exposed. Reynolds continued, "Could it be that you have a crush on her? I say, brother, you can't have such a capricious woman. There are plenty of fish in the sea, don't you think so?" When Erin heard this, she was so angry that she fainted. What? She liked herself. No matter how narcissistic she would not be like this, right? And most importantly, how could he say that about her? After returning to school on the weekend, Reynolds put away his relaxed heart and threw himself into a new round of training. The basic theory class would end in a week. In fact, this class was not very useful. It only briefly mentioned the basic contents of MMA-related courses and did not explain in depth. During the practical class, the instructor still had to repeatedly emphasize to deepen understanding, so the academy only used 2 weeks to study the theory. However, one of the courses was an exception, and that was the basic cultivation technique. The name of cultivation technique should be known by everyone in the king's world, and no one didn't know about it. Whoever mentioned these 3 words would basically have their eyes lit up like a hungry pervert who had seen a sexy beauty whose clothes were half undone. Who knew how many people dreamed of being taught the most advanced method to increase their strength, but most of the time, if they did not grow up in a powerhouse's family or a famous family, they could only look at it and sigh. However, the emergence of the academy provided a chance for mid-level and lower-level combatants to realize their dreams. Instructors who knew cultivation techniques and had rich experience would personally guide and teach them. When they encountered problems, they could even reduce the time to fumble around. That was something that people yearned for. Therefore, no matter how expensive the academy's tuition was, no matter how far and dangerous the journey was, there were still many people who saved up enough money to study here, or sent their children here to get a shortcut on the road to becoming a powerhouse. As long as it was a cultivation technique class, no one would be absent. After meeting Lin Ling for a short while, Reynolds was incomparably satisfied and happy. The 2 of them agreed to meet again next time. There are countless tracks in the human body that spiritual power can pass through, called spiritual power channels, or spiritual paths for short. They are like spider webs, huge and complex, wide and narrow. To put it simply, the cultivation method of the demon warriors was to absorb the spiritual power in the air through breathing. Then, they would use their spiritual vision to guide the spiritual path in their body to absorb as much of it as possible before it was lost. Most of the spiritual paths were neutral, but there were also a few that had attributes, such as the fire spiritual path, the wood spiritual path, and so on. When the pure spiritual energy absorbed from the space flowed through the spiritual path of a certain attribute, its nature would change and be transformed into spiritual energy with that attribute. Of course, a spiritual path's effect on pure spiritual energy was minuscule. However, if the spiritual energy didn't pass through a spiritual path of the same attribute, but hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of spiritual paths, the situation would be different. Once a weak change in nature accumulates to a certain extent and becomes strong enough, it will undergo a qualitative leap and become a spiritual power that truly possesses the attribute. In other words, it will become a martial power. This was the brilliant explanation of Instructor Jack, who had a deep understanding of martial strength. When the students below heard the words martial strength, they all boiled over. Martial strength was the most important thing to the demon warriors. It was the ultimate goal that they would always pursue. Jack was also aware of the newbie student's thirst for martial prowess. Even though his lecture had been interrupted, he didn't show the slightest bit of displeasure. Instead, he waved his hand to calm everyone down. I know what you're all thinking, but you must be careful not to be impatient when it comes to cultivation. Just the self-exploration of the countless spiritual paths is already an extremely profound and complicated matter. Even the most basic release of martial prowess will require a large amount of time to succeed. You can't think of accomplishing it in one go, so students must have sufficient patience. All the rookie students roared, "Yes." Jack nodded in satisfaction and continued, "The most ideal way to cultivate martial strength is to have all the spiritual paths that spiritual energy flows through be of the same attribute. Of course, this is impossible. Because there are too many spiritual paths in our bodies, from breathing to finally losing them, there are countless paths in between. We will always go astray. The crossroads below don't have spiritual paths of the same attribute. What we have to do is to avoid going astray as much as possible in the circulation of spiritual energy. At the very least, we have to ensure that the majority of the spiritual paths are of the same attribute. If too many spiritual paths of other attributes pass through in the process of circulation, it will cause the martial strength to become heterogeneous and impure. And the most important thing is that we can't go to spiritual paths of the opposite attribute. Otherwise, the spiritual energy will cancel out and cause the fighting aura to regress. This is more or less the same principle as a domain. As for which attribute martial strength you want to choose to cultivate, I suggest that you decide according to the elemental sensitivity data given to you by the tester. Generally speaking, the stronger the sensitivity of a certain element, the stronger the ability to transform it into that attribute in the body. Maigai's cultivation method is a bit more complicated, so I won't say much. Reynolds was also deep in thought. Recently, he had followed his tutor's teaching method to cultivate his body's strength. All the meridians and even blood vessels in his body would have a kind of unobstructed and smooth feeling, as natural as breathing in and out. Reynolds also knew that it was extremely difficult to cultivate martial strength. Grasping martial strength also required great perseverance and luck. All the other students listened as if they were intoxicated. Jack's lecture was very clear and concise, making them, who had never come into contact with the art of cultivation, feel as if they had entered a new world and were endlessly excited. And now, Reynolds had completely developed a dull interest in these basic theory classes. The only thing that could interest him was the students going to the training field every day for actual combat training. Of course, even if there weren't any actual combat training classes, Reynolds would still go to the training field from time to vent without restraint. This wasn't because Reynolds was passionate about martial arts, but because he felt inexplicably irritable. This irritation wasn't a physical irritation, but a psychological irritation. And a sense of loss towards the future. Reynolds had also inquired about Lin Ling's class, but he didn't have the time to see her. Even if he had the time, Lin Ling didn't have the time. This made Reynolds rather depressed, as if he had a feeling of power but nowhere to use it. Because he was bored and couldn't see Lin Ling, Reynolds could only immerse himself in the training field every day. Every morning, Reynolds would be the second to arrive at the training field, and the second to last student to leave at night. This was because he had discovered that there was another skinny warrior who was even more reckless than him. After another day of training, Reynolds felt that it was necessary to get to know this like-minded student who even a bored and perverted training maniac like himself admired. So he walked up to him and said, "Hey brother, can we have a chat?" Chapter 4:18. Hi. Contrary to Reynolds's expectations, he initially thought that this warrior, who was even more barbaric than his barbarian classmates, would be a ruthless character who was as straightforward and decisive as he was. However, he did not expect that this warrior was an introverted and honest person who was not good at socializing. He was surprised that Reynolds took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. Reynolds even stuttered when he spoke. Reynolds reached out his hand and said, "My name is Reynolds. I'm from Year 1 Martial Arts Class 2. I admire your hard work. Can we be friends?" The warrior replied, "Sure, sure." He reached out his hand and shook Reynolds's hand. He smiled foolishly. His white teeth were set off by his dark skin, making him look very bright and sincere. After a few seconds, the warrior felt that he had been a little rude. Since the other party had already introduced himself, he had to return the favor. That was the only way to show respect to the other party. So he quickly apologized and added, I'm sorry, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Linka, I'm from Year 1 Warrior Class 8. Reynolds was impressed by Linka's sincerity. Although Linka was a bit dull, he was not scheming at all. Reynolds said, "Brother, you've been training hard." Linka grinned and said, "I can't help it. My parents are herders. They don't make much money. They spent all their savings to send me to Randolph Academy. If I slack off, I'll be letting them down." "Oh, you're such a filial son." Reynolds praised. "By the way, are you done with today's training? Let's go for a meal together." Linka hesitated. Well, it was still early, and there was still a lot of time before the training ended. Reynolds didn't give him time to think. "Don't hesitate. You have to strike a balance between work and rest. It's not good to work too hard. It's not worth it if you break your body. Let's go, it's my treat." Reynolds dragged Linka away. Reynolds's personality was like that. If he liked someone, he would immediately become a good brother. When they passed by the dormitory, Reynolds said, "Brother Linka, wait for me downstairs. I'll ask my other friend if he has eaten yet. If he hasn't, let's go together. It'll be more lively with more people." Reynolds felt that his roommate was a little strange these few days. He had been acting strangely and wanted to go to the toilet from time to time. His spirit and appetite were not good, and he wondered if he was sick. This was also the reason why Reynolds had returned early. He had always cared for his brothers like they were his own limbs. Irene was lying on the bed listlessly. She had been very irritated these past few days because her period had come. This was perhaps the most troublesome physiological phenomenon for a woman. She would always feel depressed for no reason. This was also one of the reasons why the recovery pill did not work. Naturally lost blood could not be replenished with the recovery pill. That fellow had gone out to practice again. He probably wouldn't be back so soon. Erin missed him a little now. Of course, it wasn't like a day apart between lovers that felt like 3 years. Instead, it was because she would feel much better if he could tell her a few jokes and make her laugh. Just as Erin was thinking about how great it would be if she could teleport him back, the sound of a key turning came from outside the door. Erin was shocked. No way, how strong was her telekinesis? He was actually able to summon him back immediately. Erin got up and opened the door. She almost bumped into Reynolds, who was about to knock on the door. Oops. Erin patted her chest and said exaggeratedly, "Reynolds, what are you doing? You scared me to death." Reynolds laughed. "I see that you're not in good spirits these past few nights. You're also late for dinner. I don't think you've eaten yet, right? Why don't we go to the cafeteria together? Humans are made of iron and rice is made of steel. It's impossible not to eat." Erin was about to speak when Reynolds' nose twitched. "Why is there a fishy smell?" He caught a glimpse of a damp red cotton cloth in the trash bin in Erin's room. "Erin, what's wrong with you?" In fact, Erin had just changed out of the cloth for her period. There were no feminine products in this world like Sophie or Bosom Bow. Women could only use cotton cloth with high absorbency. That was why Reynolds didn't think of anything else. Erin's pale face flushed red. She didn't know how to explain herself. She was too careless just now. She should have put it away better. "Did you accidentally hurt yourself? Let me take a look. I have a secret medicine here that can heal your wound quickly." Erin's face was almost completely red. How could she let a man look at her most private place? She struggled to come up with a suitable excuse. "It's fine, Reynolds. I was careless these past few days when I was trying to figure out how to cultivate." I suffered some internal injuries and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. That's why I haven't been in good spirits these past few days. But I'm pretty much healed now. Cultivation had its own dangers. Just like Qigong, there was the risk of qi deviation. And if one was injured by their own spiritual energy, they couldn't be healed with recovery pills. Reynolds didn't think much of it. He nodded to show his concern. Erin, we've only taught you the basics of cultivation. Don't mess around. You might be in danger. Erin breathed a sigh of relief. Reynolds put his hand on her shoulder and said, "All right, let's go eat. It's my treat today. Let's go to the Academy's high-class restaurant to replenish your energy." Erin had no choice but to be hooked by Reynolds. Even though she forbade him from touching her, he still liked to put his hand on her shoulder. He said it was more like a buddy. Erin was helpless. She couldn't change him, so she could only change herself and slowly get used to it. She was still annoyed. She said as she walked, "Hey, Reynolds, tell me a joke." This was the first time Erin had taken the initiative to make such a request. Reynolds was startled, then he smiled. "All right. Let me think." A few seconds later, he slapped his head and said, "All right, I'll tell you something related to blood." Erin thought. Most things related to blood involve violence. What's so funny about that? In the past, during the war on the continent, women were always on the second line of battle. But there was a female warrior who didn't lose out to men. She wanted to rush to the front line like the men to participate in the defense, but she couldn't because of the country's restrictions. In the end, she came up with a good idea. She disguised herself as a man and sneaked into the men's camp. Finally, she got a chance to show off. Brave and good at fighting, she made a lot of contributions. In the end, she was even promoted to general. However, Chapter 419. Reynolds paused, a strange smile on his face. Erin knew he was up to no good. Sure enough, he continued, however, during a fierce battle, her relatives came and she fainted on the battlefield due to excessive blood loss. When she woke up again, the assistant priest next to her said regretfully, "General, I'm sorry to tell you something. Your penis was blown away by the monster's bomb. Even the advanced healing spell couldn't stop the bleeding. I had to sew it up for you with a needle. Haha." Erin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her face immediately turned red. She was also a cross-dressing girl, and her period had just come. This guy was so good at joking. "Reynolds, what if you find out that I'm also a girl?" Erin thought her roommate was very interesting. Sooner or later, he would find out her identity. She wondered if they could still call each other brothers, so she decided to test him first. But she regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. What if she left a mark? Fortunately, Reynolds only thought that her roommate was a little sissy and delicate. He never thought that she was a girl because there were many handsome men on the continent. He smiled evilly and said, "Little Erin, don't worry. If you faint, I'll sew it up for you." Erin wanted to find a hole to hide in. She hated herself for being so talkative. She knew that nothing good would come out of this guy's mouth. When they arrived downstairs, Reynolds introduced them to each other. But unlike Reynolds, Irene wasn't the kind of person who liked to talk to people and talk to ghosts. She wasn't interested in the dull Linka at all, so she only exchanged pleasantries with her. Linka, on the other hand, was a passive person, so they didn't talk much. They relied on Reynolds to keep them in touch. The high-class restaurants of the Academy were different from those of the commoners. It was just like a five-star restaurant and a roadside stall. They were not on the same level. Be it the decoration, the dishes, the taste, or the service, they were all much better. They were guaranteed to satisfy the customers. Reno had plenty of money. The crystal coins that Athena had given him were enough for him to live for more than a year in Chang'an, a big city like Chang'an. It was no longer dinner time in the restaurant, but there were many people eating supper. The people in this kind of place were usually rich young masters and young ladies of the Academy. However, most of the people were well behaved. Only the table next to Reynolds was especially arrogant. A few fellows in luxurious clothes each had their arms around a very flirtatious beauty. They spoke loudly and indifferently, constantly spouting obscenities, and even laughed lewdly from time to time. It was very repulsive. No matter what space it was, there was no shortage of such people. Although Reynold also liked to look at beautiful women, he was a little artistic. Compared to these arrogant flies, he was much better. Reynold was only talking about his experiences and adventures in the king's realm. Erin had seen many big scenes, so she was too lazy to pay attention. Only Linka, who came to a high-end restaurant for the first time, felt strange and glanced a few more times. However, these few glances caused trouble. A fatty who was so fat that he oozed oil wobbled towards Reynolds. He looked very unhappy. The only thing missing was the words "I'm here to pick a fight" written all over his face. The fat man's target was Linka. He walked up to him and said, "Boy, were you looking at my girl just now?" As he spoke, the fat on his face trembled, as if 2 pieces would fall off at any time. It was very disgusting. Linka trembled in fear and said, No, I wouldn't dare." In addition to being introverted, he was also a timid character. It was a sharp contrast with the fierce strength he had during practice. With Linka's simple and honest personality, it was impossible for him to look at women obscenely. If it was Reynold, then it was very likely. Moreover, the coquettish human girl that the fat man hugged just now was called Doris. She was a second-year archer from class 12. She was a well-known slut in the school. Even Reynold, who had just arrived at the school for a week, had heard of her coquettish name. She was like a bus, a woman that anyone could get on. She even took a fancy to this kind of fat man who would affect her appetite. It was easy to imagine how casual she was. This fatty's name was Leopold. He came from a rather influential family, but he wasn't too overbearing. He also knew that Doris was famous for her beauty, but he was a shameless person. He even took pride in the fact that it was his turn to get on the bus. He even claimed to be her boyfriend and tried to curry her favor. Usually, he liked to show his loyalty in front of her. Of course, he could only say that his family's power wasn't too big, and he didn't dare to offend powerful people. But when he met an honest commoner, he couldn't help but show off. Linka, be it his clothes or his mannerisms, looked like a commoner who could be easily bullied. He was the best target for Leopold to show off, so of course he wouldn't miss this opportunity. Linka's defense was obviously futile. Leopold sneered and said, "You're not. If you're not interested in Doris, then why were you looking at her so fixedly just now?" The fat man's friends were all busybodies. They didn't help, nor did they try to stop the fight. Instead, they watched with interest from the sidelines. They had seen this kind of thing many times, and had long since become a common occurrence. Doris even seemed very excited, because she liked to see men break their heads for her. It gave her a sense of accomplishment. Linka was about to cry, I. He didn't know how to explain. In fact, it was useless for him to explain. The other party was obviously provoking him for no reason. Irene couldn't stand it anymore. My friend didn't do it on purpose. So what if he took a look? Leopold said irritably, "Shut up, you sissy. If you keep talking, I'll beat you up too." Due to his incomparably ugly and disgusting appearance, Leopold especially hated, or rather, envied, handsome men, just like Irene's current appearance. Irene's jade face turned cold. She was the famous daughter of the Sanctuary Guild in the whole king's realm. She was also a genius female magician. She was held in the palm of the hands of the people of the Sanctuary, and enjoyed extremely high popularity in the whole continent. Even if the elders taught her, they would use a kind tone. She had never been scolded so loudly before. Plus, she was on her period, so she was especially irritated. The young lady's temper flared up, and she already had the intention to kill. However, she couldn't flare up for fear of exposing her identity. She could only stare at Leopold, her eyes full of anger. Leopold was even more upset when he saw that he was met with resistance. Just as he was about to speak, Reynolds stood up and asked with a smile, "This big brother, how should I address you?" In the case of studying in the academy and not out in society, even if they had a profession, they generally wouldn't address each other as Mr. Chapter 420. Cough cough. The sound of coughing rang out. In the quiet room, a black-haired boy covered himself with a blanket and leaned against the headboard. There was a thick stack of books on the headboard. The boy looked haggard. He gently closed the book in his hand and placed it on the headboard. He looked out the window with yearning in his eyes. The sun was shining brightly outside the window. The chilly spring breeze blew through the treetops. 2 sparrows flashed by the window and landed on the treetops while chirping. The boy's lips curled up into a smile. His bright eyes and haggard face did not seem to match. Outside the room, a couple was sobbing as they communicated with a doctor in a white coat. It's very possible that this is his last spring. Of course, I'm just saying that it's possible. The doctor's voice came from under the mask. In fact, with your son's body, it's already an incredible miracle for him to live to 20 years old. He is a very strong boy. I believe that God will bless him. What should we do now? The crying woman wiped her tears and sniffed from time to time. I don't know how to tell him this news. Doctor, is there really no other way? The speed of the disease is too fast. The doctor shook his head slowly. I can only say that he was not born at the right time. If the current medical technology existed more than 10 years ago, then there would still be some hope. But now, there is really no hope. Your son is really the strongest person I have ever seen. He was diagnosed with leukemia when he was 2 years old, but he held on until he was 20 years old. I think that a person like your son will not lose his smile even if he dies. I suggest that the two of you take him to do something he wants to do as much as possible and communicate more. In the corridor, the woman's sobbing continued. The eyes of the man beside the woman were also red. He nodded at the doctor in front of him and brought his wife into the room. In the room, the boy's thin figure stood by the window. He looked at the sky outside with yearning. You can't come down. Rest on the bed. The man looked at his son and could not help but panic. The boy shook his head slightly. His face was flushed with excitement. He seemed to be jumping for joy. Outside the room, the spring breeze was 10 miles away. The peach blossoms were in full bloom. It was a beautiful season. The boy gently opened his arms and looked at the world outside the window with burning eyes. I feel like I've never been as healthy and strong as I am now. I can feel it, Daddy. A smile appeared on the boy's face. I don't have much time left. The woman behind him cried even louder. The man looked at his son with a bitter expression. I'm sorry, son. The boy shook his head, and his face turned even redder. I'm very grateful to all of you for letting me experience this world. Although I haven't been out much, it's still very beautiful, right? I've read a book before. The wise man in the book said that death is just the beginning of a greater adventure. The boy smiled. If this is a wonderful adventure, then I'll gladly accept it. Life is short, so why not give it a try? As he said that, the boy was amused by his own words. I'm willing to die in the spring breeze, with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. Living doesn't necessarily mean happiness, and death doesn't necessarily mean pain. I'm very happy to see such a beautiful world, and I'm very lucky to have met parents like you. The window of the ward opened slightly, and a gust of spring breeze blew in. The boy's eyes quickly dimmed, and he staggered into his mother's arms. He muttered, "Forgive me for the last time saying that I love you." Under the warm spring sun, there were painful cries in the ward. A couple had lost the most precious wealth in their lives, and a free soul had begun a new adventure, London, England. The color of London in the late 1980s was bright, but people were in a hurry, ignoring the bright buildings and colorful colors around them. Perhaps it was because of the gloomy color of the sky, but the people walking around did not seem to be in a happy mood. In an alley somewhere on the bustling street, a handsome blonde boy sat in front of a small shoe shine stall, humming a song as he leisurely looked at the people coming and going. Different from the noisy London accent around him, the words coming out of the boy's mouth were more ancient. The obscure language rose and fell rhythmically from the boy's mouth. Shoe shine, don't you think it's bright? The boy's language was Chinese, and it came from the easternmost land on the other side of the world. However, in this place that was filled with famous dishes like stargazing, The bright Eastern civilization did not seem to be very popular, so no one around could understand the boy's words. However, that inexplicable cheerful tone still attracted the attention of many people. The boy's lips curled up. It was the sound of a penny falling into a money box. A beautiful blonde woman sat elegantly on a small stool in front of the boy. The woman's bright red lips gently blew a puff of smoke on the boy's handsome face. The boy squinted his eyes. "Good morning, Miss Smith." The boy looked at the woman and smiled. "I'd rather you call me Aisha. Little egg." Aisha chuckled and pinched the boy's face. The boy laughed. His face was distorted by Aisha's pinch. He mumbled, "I'd also rather you call me Edgar, not little egg." Aisha snorted and released her hand. She looked at Edgar with dissatisfaction. "Of course, if you're willing to move out of the orphanage and live in my house, I'll agree to your request." "Forget it, I won't sell my body. You know I'm not that kind of person." Edgar touched his face shyly. "Edgar Morrisous." Aisha took a deep breath and looked at Edgar angrily. "Wipe my shoes." "You're wearing high heels." Edgar shrugged. "I still have to wipe them." Aisha waved her hand unhappily. "Fine." Edgar tilted his head and wiped the woman's shoes with the towel on his shoulder. "Thank you for your patronage." Aisha rolled her eyes and took out a bill from her bag and stuffed it into Edgar's arms. £5. That's too much. It's all I earn in a day." Edgar waved his hand. "It's a problem that can be solved with a few pennies." "That's the price, isn't it?" Aisha shrugged nonchalantly. The two of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. Aisha seemed to know how to deal with the kid in front of her. Edgar could always come up with some strange ideas. Edgar was also very curious. The woman in front of him liked to pester him since a long time ago. God knows why. 8 years ago, when Edgar opened his eyes in this world, the first thing he saw was the dean's ugly face. Edgar panicked. At that moment, he thought it was the wrinkled old lady who gave birth to him. When he came to his senses, he realized that the situation was even worse than that. Chapter 421. He was abandoned by his parents as soon as he was born. Looking at Aisha Smith in front of him, Iger shook his head slightly. Aisha was only 18 years old. She didn't look like she could give birth to a child at the age of 10. The beauty in front of him had been very nice to him. She even came to the orphanage from time to time, hoping to adopt him. Unfortunately, the old principal thought Aisha had ulterior motives and was afraid she would sell Edgar. In fact, single people were not allowed to adopt children, so Aisha never succeeded. "Just take it. It's the deposit for you to be my little lover in the future." Aisha smiled and got up to leave. Edgar was a little embarrassed. He had been lying in bed for 20 years in his previous life. He was still a virgin when he died. He had never been in a relationship before. If Aisha could wait for him to grow up, he wouldn't mind having a relationship with a younger man. Edgar's face was a little red. He had a lot of thoughts. Speaking of which, Aisha was really pretty. In the distance, a large group of children was running on the street. The boy in the lead looked at Edgar and waved his hand excitedly. "How's business today, Edgar?" The boy had freckles on his face and brown hair. He wasn't very good looking, but he looked very obedient. "Not bad." Edgar tilted his head. "What a pity. If you had parents like us, you might be able to go to school." The boy looked at Edgar sincerely. Edgar clenched his teeth. "If you really don't know how to comfort people, I suggest you don't try to comfort them. Otherwise, you'll get beaten up." The boy shuddered and stepped back, muttering softly, "You can't do this." As a wild child in the orphanage, Edgar's physical strength was obviously better than the spoiled children in front of him. Edgar was glad he had a good body in this life. Even putting aside his physical strength, Iger always felt that there was another kind of power hidden in his body. On a few occasions, some strange things happened around Edgar, which made him think that he was schizophrenic. A drop of rain fell through the thick clouds and landed on Edgar's head. Edgar shook his head helplessly. He opened his umbrella and put away his stall. Damn the weather. The showers in London are terrible. Edgar mumbled as he kept the items into a small box. He folded 2 small stools and walked towards the alley. The alleyway was full of twists and turns. Edgar walked briskly through the alleyway. After a while, a dilapidated orphanage appeared in his sight. This was the orphanage where Edgar was raised. There was a fierce old woman in the orphanage, a kind sister nun, and a few unwanted children. Edgar had heard a few days before that the orphanage was going to close down. The remaining orphans were going to be sent to other orphanages in London, and the little yard near the center of the city was going to be used for other projects. Sister Linda, I'm back. Dear, did you miss me? Edgar pushed the door open and walked into the room. The old room was very quiet. In fact, if you can obediently get out of the orphanage and go to the home of the woman who covets your beauty, I will be very happy. I will immediately help you with the procedures. A fierce voice came from behind. Edgar turned around with a smile and an old face appeared in front of him. Grandma Coke's menopause has been delayed again. Edgar put the shoeshine beside the door. Where is Sister Linda? TMPH, you little bastard. No wonder they don't want to adopt you. Coke's old woman snorted and bent her back, signaling Edgar to help her up. Linda took the children to buy school supplies. You know, although you are very smart and finished the primary school curriculum by yourself, it doesn't mean the other children will be like you. Coke's old woman was helped to the old sofa in the room by Edgar. She sighed sadly. The orphanage is out of money. We don't know when it will be merged with other orphanages. The children still need to pay for their school fees. I have £5 here. Edgar shrugged and took out a note. Put away your little belongings. You should think about yourself first. The new orphanage obviously doesn't want to accept an 8-year-old like you who hasn't been adopted yet. Coke's old woman looked at Edgar angrily. Why don't you just go with that little girl? Why do you stay here and compete with us old, weak, sick, and disabled people? Edgar smiled and said, I can't earn what I eat. I have a small asset now. Coke's old woman sighed. She knew what Edgar was thinking. The boy in front of her wanted to repay her for raising him. In the past few years, he had been shining shoes, delivering newspapers, and cleaning cars to earn money. All the money he earned was spent on the orphanage. Edgar, you are a good boy. Coke's old woman turned her head, her eyes wet. You're not going to call me a poisonous egg anymore? Edgar was expressionless. Coke's old woman snorted and raised her chin childishly. I will adopt you until you are 11 at most. Once you are old enough to go to middle school, I will not hesitate to kick you out of the orphanage. I swear in the name of Coke Moriarty. Get ready, you little bastard. Edgar saluted solemnly. I, Lord Edgar Morithus, accept your challenge. Bring it on. The two of them looked at each other for a moment and laughed. After a while, Edgar's stomach growled. He squinted at Coke's old woman and pursed his lips. Why isn't Linda back yet? Edgar looked at the gloomy sky outside the window and stood up worriedly. I'll go out and have a look. Rainy days in London are not good. In any sense. Come back quickly. Coke's old woman glanced at Edgar from behind the newspaper. Edgar nodded and walked quickly out of the room and into the alley. The rain poured down in the alley. Curses could be heard in the distance. Edgar felt uneasy and quickened his pace. Don't talk nonsense with me. Give me the money now. In the midst of the curses, a man with a dagger in his hand glared fiercely at several figures in front of him. The nun in front of the man was frantically protecting the children. Under the man's fierce threat, the children trembled. No, you can't do this. We don't have any money left. I used all my money to buy books for the children. Linda's body was cold. Under the rain, the dagger in the man's hand looked even more terrifying. The fear did not last long. A small figure came running from the alley. A black shadow flashed in his hand. Edgar jumped high and hit the back of the man's head with a brick. The man staggered and fell to the ground. Edgar hurriedly threw the dagger in the man's hand far away. He looked at the people in front of him and sighed. Let's go. It's not safe here. Chapter 422. Linda nodded with relief and hurried away with the children. Iger looked at the man on the ground and shook his head helplessly. London's public security wasn't very good, especially in this kind of winding alley surrounded by tall buildings. There were often a lot of homeless people or drunkards wandering around. God knows where they got the time from. In London of this era, as long as you were willing to work, you could earn a lot of money. Just as he turned to leave, Edgar's expression suddenly stiffened. He turned his head and saw that the man on the ground had reached out and grabbed his ankle. "Kid, you're too nosy." The man's expression was fierce. He covered Edgar's mouth with one hand and grabbed his neck with the other. Edgar's face turned red. He kept kicking the man's chest with his slender legs. The man showed his yellow teeth and laughed. There was a flash of pleasure on his face. Edgar felt his head getting dizzier and dizzier. His eyes started to turn black. Edgar knew it was a case of severe hypoxia. A sense of crisis struck Edgar's heart. He didn't know when Edgar was surrounded by black smoke. The man panicked as he looked at the black smoke around Edgar. He wanted to let go of his hand but was entangled by the black smoke. The man suddenly panicked and screamed in fear. In the man's vision, Edgar was swallowed by the black smoke. The black smoke covered the sky and rushed towards him. Memory came from the human brain. Long ago in the 6th century BC, Parmenides proposed that memory was a mixture of light and dark matter. It existed in the mind. Some people could remember things when they were 3 years old. Some people could forget things when they were 6 or 7 years old. Some people's memory was sparse. They could occasionally recall memories from long ago. However, most of the time, they were in a daze. Some people could even recall the events of their previous lives. Shuji cried out in alarm. He suddenly sat up on the bed. His chest was trembling, as if something was about to burst out of it. He touched the corner of his mouth. There was no blood. He was relieved. It had been more than 10 years since he came to this world. Shuji counted with his fingers. 10 fingers were not enough. He counted again. 14 years. A total of 14 years. The past flashed through his mind one by one. He rubbed his eyes hard. In the past, he would rather this world be a dream. There was always a chance that he would wake up from this dream. However, this was still a real world. And it had already been 14 years. The room wasn't very big. There was a bed and an old wardrobe. Near the window, there was a stove, pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. A little further out was a small cubicle. That was the toilet and the exit. Behind the door was a colorful photo of an old man. The old man in the photo was in high spirits and had a bright smile on his face. A rectangular piece of wood was nailed to the bottom of the picture. A small incense burner and an urn were placed on it. Some ashes were left in the incense burner. A stick of incense burned slowly, giving off the smell of sandalwood. The old man has already been dead for 2 years. Shuji stared at the old man's portrait, and his memories resurfaced. Last life, this life. It was not a good reincarnation technique. Shuji did not know where his parents were when he was born. He was considered an abandoned baby. He grew up in a welfare home. When he grew up, these children were adopted by people who needed them. The old man's surname was Xu Zhang. He was a retired soldier. Speaking of which, there was a trace of fate between him and Xu Zhang. Back then, Xu Zhang was just passing by the welfare home to visit an old friend. In the end, Xu Ji, who was only 2 years old, clung onto Xu Zhang's leg and refused to let go. Xu Zhang, who was already in his 50s, thought about it and decided to adopt him. Anyway, he had no children. The government's pension was also enough to support him. He met the requirements for adoption. It was not a big problem to have another child. Shuji naturally followed Xu Zhang's surname. As a man, he walked straight. What he followed was Xu Zhang's philosophy. The origin of Shuji's name was not strange. The dilapidated house was Xu Zhang's residence. Shuji had been in this room for 12 years. It carried too many memories. Turning on the lights, the room suddenly brightened up. Looking at the alarm clock, it was 5:30 in the morning. In a while, the sky would be bright. Shuji touched his chest. In the past, there seemed to be something protruding out of it. Now, it was flat and smooth. It was his youthful and delicate body. There was not a trace of abnormality. His figure was slightly thin. His face was long and narrow. His eyebrows were like blades. Shuji took the mirror. In the mirror, his eyes were spirited. They were not as bloodshot as before. However, he always felt that there was something more to him. He could not explain it. Not mentioning his previous self in his memory, it seemed that this reincarnation or transmigration with memories did not bring any benefits to Shuji. The culture was different. The language was different. All his previous experiences did not seem to be useful. It was not even possible to be a genius child prodigy. Thinking back, when Luo Binwang was 7 years old, his singing of the goose shocked everyone. He was known as a prodigy. Shuji also wanted to be a prodigy. He wanted to bring surprises to himself and the people around him. However, he could not even translate a simple ancient poem like singing the goose. Of course, this was if he did not count the first line of goose, goose, goose. After all, this part was very easy to translate. Thinking back, he had studied English for more than 10 years. He could easily translate the first line without flipping through Chengdu. Of course, the second line would be stuck. It was the kind that was very stuck. The difference in the language, the flatness, the rhyme, and the meaning were completely different. Even if he could translate it, singing the goose would not be able to shine in this world. Shuji racked his brains. However, he could not think of any special way to let his life take the path of a protagonist. Ordinary people, no matter where they were, would appear ordinary. Perhaps, a stable life would be good. Being ordinary was the real thing. After regaining his memories at the age of 6, Shuji held this thought. In order to avoid the old man's stick education, Shuji's performance was commendable. At least, compared to other children his age, he was more obedient. Having the thoughts of an adult in his head naturally had some benefits. Of course, there were also some disadvantages. He was slower than other children in accepting new things. This made him a little annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. An adult's thoughts were complicated and not as pure as a child's. Many years had passed. He had begun to calm down and slowly learn everything about this world. Since he was here, he could only adapt. The old man, Xu Zheng, was Shuji's only support. He was also the person closest to him in this world. Looking at the old man's smiling colored photo, Shuji's heart was filled with sadness. When Xu Zheng passed away, he was 12 years old. When he came back from school and saw the old man's dry and cold body, his heart was like the old man's body, cold and lonely. From that day onwards, Shuji had nightmares and coughed up blood. It was an illness. Even if he did not have money, he had to treat it. He went to the school doctor's office for a full body checkup, blood test, body X-ray, and CT scan. Everything confirmed that his body was normal. He could not be any healthier. Maybe the old man was too lonely down there and was calling me. Since he could not see what was wrong with him, Shuji did not take it seriously. After living a lifetime, life and death became less important. If he could live, he would definitely live well. If death came one day, he would face it calmly. Living 2 lives was already hard work. What else could he be dissatisfied with? This was not some mythical world filled with countless gods, ghosts, and demons. Even on Earth in his previous life, those things only existed in myths and legends. Being reincarnated again was a gift from the heavens. He was just a small butterfly on the planet. He was gently fanned out of Earth and mysteriously came here. Perhaps, he would not even cause a ripple and would disappear in the dust of history. Shuji looked out the window. It was 6 o'clock. The sun was shining brightly. The sun was slowly rising in the sky. A new day had arrived. Many old men and women began to go out to exercise. Some were waving swords, some were holding stone lions, and some were twisting bluestones that were close to 50 kilograms. An old lady in a red dress pressed the button on the radio. A lively melody sounded and filled the air in the early morning mist. Everyone flipped and jumped in an orderly manner. Square dancing. Shuji sighed. He looked under the bed. The old man liked to play with an alloy wrought iron rod when he was a square dancer. It was as thick as an arm, too. 3 meters long, and weighed 135 kilograms. It was lying quietly under the bed. Chapter 423. Leopold said proudly, "I'm Leopold, a second-year assassin from the 3rd class of the Swift class. Assassins were divided into 8 ranks: common, flat, swift, wind, lightning, shadow, blink, and invincible. Based on speed and stealth ability, Leopold's Swift class could only be considered average. There were plenty of such people on the continent, but he actually thought he was strong. Reynold didn't know if he was mocking or admiring him, but he said, "Not bad, not bad. Assassin Senior Leopold, you actually became an assassin with your body. How much talent, wisdom, and perseverance do you need? You're really our new idol and role model. Respect, respect." Flattery was also a profound skill. If one accidentally flattered the horse's foot, it could easily cause the opposite effect. Being fat was originally Fatty's sore spot, but Reynolds had only vaguely mentioned it. Instead, he emphasized Fatty's achievements. In this way, Fatty's shortcomings were not highlighted. Instead, it highlighted his perseverance, talent, and other positive things. In fact, Fatty had indeed put in a lot of hard work. Leopold couldn't help but smile when he heard Reynolds praise him in front of Doris. He was so happy that he didn't even know where he was. He couldn't help but want Reynolds to say a few more words. He thought to himself, "This commoner is more tactful, unlike the other two." Erin looked at her roommate's abnormal behavior. He didn't help his own people, but instead flattered Leopold. She didn't know why, but she soon got her answer. Reynolds continued, "I imagine that someone as strong as Senior must be very broad-minded, someone who can hold a boat in his stomach." Leopold was enjoying the flattery. He said casually, "Of course." Reynolds smiled and said, "Then I think Senior won't be so calculative with people like us who are weaker than you. Isn't such a small matter like this a sesame seed in the eyes of someone as magnanimous as you?" Leopold was stunned. He had obviously fallen into Reynolds' trap, this. But then he thought about it. He had already shown off in front of Doris, and the other kid had almost pissed his pants. If he stopped while he was ahead, he could even gain a good reputation for being magnanimous. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, that would be even better. Thus, he shook his head and said, "All right then, I'll let him go this time." He turned to Linka and sneered, "Kid, you'd better not run into me in the academy tournament. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Linka did not dare to make a sound and kept quiet out of fear. Fatty's friends were disappointed that there wasn't any drama to watch, and Doris was even more displeased. She was about to start a fight, but this Cheng Yarojin came out of nowhere and made the whole thing disappear. The group was almost done eating, so they paid the bill and left. Doris purposely walked past Reynolds and glared at him. Reynolds had always been very gentlemanly towards beautiful women. However, this kind of poisonous woman who tried to sow discord was no different from a pile of shit in his eyes. He didn't even want to look at her. Linka heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the group of people walking away. "Reno, why did we have to tolerate it? That Fatty is going too far." Erin grumbled. Reynolds sighed and said, "Erin, if we couldn't tolerate it, what else could we do? Fight. Look, so many people saw it. Even if we don't care, he might cause trouble for Linka every day in the future. How will Linka be able to study in the academy with peace of mind then?" Erin was stunned. Indeed, she was the daughter of a rich family and a genius magician. Naturally, she wouldn't care about a low-level assassin. However, she forgot that she couldn't expose her strength, and she had to think about Linka. Although she was a genius in the field of magic, she was still lacking in consideration when it came to interpersonal conflicts. However, how could she, the proud daughter of a guild leader, swallow this down? "Reno, are we just going to let it go like this?" "Of course not." Looking at him, he's at most a villain. A real noble wouldn't be so vulgar. We can look for him in private after a few days when the limelight dies down and settle our grudge. Compared to his submissive attitude just now, Reynolds's eyes flashed with disdain. Erin knew that Reynolds had a sense of propriety. She could only sigh. Thinking about what Reynolds had said, she had already sentenced that fat pig called Leopold to death in her heart. Renaud patted Linka's shoulder again. "Brother, I know you're working hard. However, if you lack something, you will never be able to become an expert." Linka, who had just recovered from the shock, was shocked again. "What?" Renaud said seriously. "Courage. If you lack courage, you'll always be a coward." Linka seemed to be thinking about something. Reynolds did not disturb him and continued to eat. Judging from Linka's practice, Reynolds could tell that Linka was practicing very hard. Renaud felt that Linka had the potential to become a brave and powerful warrior, but his cowardice was the biggest obstacle. After the three walked out of the high-class restaurant, Renaud saw that Erin was still unhappy. He smiled and said, "Erin, don't think too much. A real man knows when to yield, just like certain parts of our bodies." "Don't you think so?" Erin blushed again. "Renaud, you said a real man knows when to yield. It's clear enough. You didn't have to add that last part." Renaud smiled. "It'll be more vivid. You know, I'm a perfectionist." Yuji almost fell over. Perfection? Those smelly socks and dirty clothes were everywhere in the dormitory. How could there be such a perfect person? But after being teased by him, the young lady's anger was completely resolved. She began to talk and laugh with Renaud as usual. Linka interrupted. "Renaud, what do you mean when you say a body part can yield?" "Arms." Renaud was startled. After a while, he sighed and said, "Linka, a man like you is really a failure." Yuji also felt that Linka was too pure. She could be a national treasure. Even a girl like her who rarely came in contact with the opposite sex could understand the hidden meaning in Renaud's words. Linka was still confused. She followed behind the two and murmured in a daze, "Why do you say I'm a failure? Why do you say I'm a failure? Is Renaud saying I lack courage?" Renaud suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, the fatty seemed to have said something about the academy tournament." "What's that about?" "No way, you don't even know about the academy tournament. Renaud, you're such a failure as Randolph's student." Yuji seized the opportunity to scold Renaud. She wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine and avenge Linka. Chapter 424. However, Reynolds didn't care about the way she looked at him as if he was a newbie. He asked with interest, "Shijun, do you know about it? Tell me about it. Is there any competition held in the school?" Yuji felt a bit helpless. She realized that the only way to make her roommate blush was to cut his face with a knife. "Not only in our school, but also in Chang'an Academy. It's a competition between the martial arts class and the magic class." Reynolds's heart skipped a beat. "What? Martial arts and magic academies?" Linka also chimed in, "Yeah, although Dean Randolph of our Chang'an Academy and Honorary Dean Angela of the Magic Academy have a good relationship, they both think their students are more powerful due to their arrogance and pride. That's why the competition between the two academies was held." Reynolds stayed silent for a while as if he was thinking about something. Then he asked, "Linka, can you tell me more about the competition in detail?" "Sure." Linka was very familiar with this aspect. He spoke with fervor and assurance, which was very different from his usual stuttering. It seemed that he was very interested in this competition. "The competition will be held 3 months after every new semester. The two academies will first conduct an internal screening and select a certain number of people from each class. There will be 20 people in each lower class, and all the upper class will participate. This is the first stage of the competition, the internal selection. After that, the students from the internal selection will draw lots to compete with the students from the other academy. Then, half of the students will be eliminated and the next round will be held. This is the second stage, the elimination round. For the sake of a fair competition, the number of classes for each specialization was the same for both academies. However, due to the single elimination tournament, the number of winners for each specialization would be different between the two academies. There would always be one side with more people who would advance. Therefore, at this time, the side with fewer people would draw lots and randomly choose students from the other academy. After the competition, the losers would be eliminated. Then, the side with fewer people would draw lots again and compete again. This is the third stage, the random round. The random round will be repeated until there are only a certain number of survivors from each class. Only then will the final round be held. Linka's eyes were full of expectation when she talked about the final round. Those who could make it to the final round would have a bright future. Reynolds asked, "How is the final round held? Is it also a competition between the same grade?" Linka said, "That's right. Because there's a big difference in strength between the students who are one grade higher. It's very unfair if they're mixed." However, in order to prevent some of the younger geniuses from not getting a better chance to perform, the Academy specially added an additional rule that the students who were ranked at the top in their respective specializations could participate in the next year's competition. If your ranking in the next year's competition is still near the top, you can even fight your way into a higher level competition. To put it simply, there were different levels of competition between each grade. However, they were not completely unrelated. Just like some of the professional ball leagues on Earth, the high-ranking teams in the low-level leagues still had a chance to enter the high-level leagues. UG added, also, the finals are no longer a competition between specializations, but a mixed competition. For example, a knight might face a mage, an assassin, or other professions. Reno was puzzled. Linka, was there anyone in the past who was able to skip several levels in a row? It doesn't seem to be an ordinary level of difficulty. Linka nodded. It is very difficult, but it's not like no one can do it. Last semester, there was a new student in Sayara who skipped 3 levels in a row and ran all the way to the 4th grade competition before stopping. It's really amazing. The students of the academy have a total of 3 years of training, divided into 5 grades. Every half a year, they'll be promoted to the 4th grade in 2 years. However, not everyone has the opportunity to be promoted to the 5th grade for a year. Only the extremely outstanding people who pass the academy's test can become 5th grade students. At this time, the most senior instructors are wholeheartedly focused on nurturing them and granting them the skills they're proud of. It's not an exaggeration to say that these people are the elites of the Empire's new elites. Reynolds's heart skipped a beat. Who is this person? Linka said with yearning, this person is a senior Grand Knight, Leon. Not only is he powerful and talented, but he's also handsome. Most importantly, he's the only son of the Kelly family in the super city, Bergman. Leon. Reynolds's heart skipped a beat. He instantly remembered that this was the knight who was following Irene around the weekend a few days ago. Well, the knight who was knocked out by his own lightning. It's nothing. Recently, Reynolds had been working hard to learn theoretical knowledge in the academy. He also trained his body diligently every day. Reynolds's body was completely different from when he was on Earth. He also had a well-defined 8-pack on his lower abdomen. Just like that, the days passed one after another. The second weekend of the academy came again. Reynolds missed Irene very much. He decided to take the Earth Dragon carriage again to see if Irene had time. In the dormitory, there was a knock on the door. Reynolds was lying on the bed. He shouted, "Shijun, open the door. I don't want to." You're closer to the door. UG was lying on the bed, covered in a blanket. She mumbled vaguely. Obviously, she was not awake yet. Reynolds had no choice but to jump off the bed and open the door. At the same time, he felt a little strange. Who could it be? Could it be Linka? Reynolds didn't expect that after opening the door, it would be Irene who he had been thinking about day and night. Irene was wearing a sky blue evening gown. She had long black hair. She looked at Reynolds with a smile. Seeing that Reynolds was staring at her in a daze without saying a word, her heart couldn't help but waver. She said, "Little Lynn, why are you standing there like a fool? Aren't you going to let me in?" Okay. Linger, come in quickly." Reynolds heard and quickly nodded. He brought Irene into the dormitory. Reynolds's dormitory was very clean. It even had a hint of fragrance. This was all thanks to UG. UG really couldn't stand Reynolds throwing his clothes and shoes everywhere when he came back every day. She had no choice but to take on the task of cleaning the dormitory. At this moment, UG was still sleeping soundly with her head covered. Perhaps her period hadn't ended yet. She didn't react when Reynolds brought someone in. Not bad. The dormitory is so clean. It's just, why is there a smell of blood? Irene sat on Reynolds's bed and looked at him with a sweet smile. Reynolds touched his head. He couldn't hide the joy on his face. He asked, "My dormitory mate Shijun suffered internal injuries from cultivation a few days ago. Linger, why are you here?" Irene raised her eyebrows and asked, "Why, can't I come?" Perhaps it was because she had been by Jiao Chan's side for a long time. Irene's every move, frown, and smile was extremely similar to Jiao Chan's temperament. It was becoming more and more charming. Chapter 425. No. I was just surprised. I wanted to find you, but I didn't expect you to come first. Hee. Reynolds laughed foolishly and shamelessly sat next to Erin. He thought about it and felt that he wasn't close enough, so he quietly moved to Erin's side and leaned close to her. Erin rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything, but her face blushed imperceptibly. "I came this time to attend a banquet with you," Erin said slowly. Her expression seemed to be troubled. "What banquet?" Erin thought about it and said, "It's how do I put it, a banquet for a prestigious family. There will be many students from the school. It's a social gathering." Reynolds smiled and said, "A prestigious family. Is it appropriate for me to go?" Erin rolled her eyes at Reynolds and said, "What's inappropriate about it? I'm just going to take a look. If it wasn't for our perverted class forcing us to attend, I wouldn't be bothered to go." "Linger, why did you think of inviting me? You already called me Linger. Is there anyone in this world who is close enough to call me Linger?" "Humph, no one." "Haha, then I'm really honored." The two were chatting when UG seemed to be unable to stand their voices. She covered her head with the blanket and complained in a low muffled voice, "Reynolds, I want to sleep." Reynolds smiled embarrassedly and said, "We'll go out now." Erin glanced at UG and showed a strange expression. She followed Reynolds out. "Oh right, Shijun, do you have anything you want to eat? I'll bring it back for you." "Oh, yes. Custard buns." Reynolds responded and muttered, "Custard buns are custard buns." Moaning like a big eagle cutie. "Luckily I'm not gay. Or I would have killed you long ago." Reynolds and Erin strolled around the school and learned all of Erin's experiences in this world. He also understood why Erin wasn't in Erin's class. It was a special class that had never existed in the entire school. It wasn't just because they killed each other and were selected through cruel tests. The entire class of more than 30 people was given special rights by Chang'an Academy. They basically had classes every day, and their progress was twice as fast as normal classes. Everyone in this class would be valued by the Tang dynasty. Once they graduated from Chang'an Academy, they would directly enter the army and be appointed as high officials. In other words, our class was directly sold to the Tang dynasty by the academy. Erin laughed bitterly. "Everything has been confiscated. Including my cell phone. I'm so tired every day. I cry. It's so annoying. I even have to be harassed by those annoying pursuers from the academy. This place is really not as good as being with Sister Chan Qaq. I'll bring you back to Earth," Reynolds comforted Irene as he listened to her complaints. Erin stopped and looked at Reynolds. Reynolds also stopped and hesitated. He stepped forward and looked Erin in the eye. Even Reynolds began to stutter at this moment, unable to utter those few words. "I like you." Reynolds finally spat out those words. To his surprise, he realized that his face and ears were flushed red after he said those words. "That's right, I've liked Erin since a long time ago. Even when I first met her on the train and escaped for the first time, I already liked this strong, cute, and kind girl." Millimeter. Unexpectedly, Erin lowered her head, not daring to look into Reynolds's burning eyes. She hummed softly in acknowledgement. I like you. You. Ling you. Reynolds's voice was trembling. He suddenly regretted saying so much. If he suddenly confessed, Erin would be shocked. Maybe Erin didn't even have that kind of feeling for him. Hug me. I see. Reynolds muttered to himself. He suddenly reacted and asked in surprise, what? Erin punched Reynolds and said, hug me. Reynolds was wild with joy and hugged Erin in his arms. Reynolds was 1.78 meters tall, and Erin was 1.65 meters tall. She was completely docile in Reynolds's arms. The standard couple's height. The two idiots foolishly hugged each other for a full 10 minutes. During this time, neither of them spoke. One was shy, the other was wild with joy and didn't know what to say. Okay, let's go to my dorm. I'll help you change. The banquet will start tonight. Erin was the first to speak. She broke free from Reynolds's arms and looked at Reynolds's face. She happily said, Little Lin, you have to quickly take me back to Earth. Don't worry, Ling. Not only will I take you back to Earth, but I will also understand the truth of this world, this Earth, and even this universe. Reynolds remembered that there were still many secrets that he didn't tell Erin. The apocalypse bracelet, the underworld tree, and so on. He was filled with longing for this universe. I believe you, Tilda. Erin looked at Reynolds and said, I knew it. When I saw you play Mobile Legends on the train, I felt that you were very strong. Reynolds's memories were also evoked. He smiled and said, I might have liked you at that time. You were so silly when you played games. You were so cute. When they arrived at Erin's dorm, Reynolds was immediately shocked. Every student in this special class had an individual dormitory, a single room. The dorm room was 100 square meters. Bathroom, dining room, bedroom, wooden floor, all kinds of ingredients, drinks, recovery medicine, clothes, and so on. Everything was available. Seeing Reynolds's envious expression, Erin said helplessly, We've already sold ourselves to Tang Chao. Of course we have to be good to him. Reynolds sat on Erin's bed and saw Erin take out a lot of clothes from the wardrobe. He hesitated and said, I don't want to be too eye-catching. Is there any disguise technique? Or something like makeup? Erin nodded and said, Of course there is. Sister Chan taught me a lot of techniques. Change into this dress first. After a while, Erin took out a dress and handed it to Reynolds. Seeing Reynolds put it on, she said, Then I'll put on makeup for you. No one will be able to recognize you. 10 minutes later, Reynolds looked at the unfamiliar face in the mirror. It was a young man around 18 years old. The skin from his face to his neck had been darkened by Erin's paint. His entire appearance was also very different from before. In reality, the overall outline was the same. It was just an illusion created by Erin's skillful hands. Reynolds's eyebrows were sharper and thicker than before. They were less deep and more handsome. Chapter 426. The fake mustache above his lips made him look more mature. Coupled with his tuxedo-like attire and his height, Reynolds actually looked quite handsome. Irene's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Not to mention acquaintances, even Reynolds himself couldn't recognize her. Thus, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Ling is really amazing. Erin nodded. She looked at her work and praised, Not bad. You really look like a charming little brother when you dress up like this. Reynolds smiled, Don't mention it, don't I usually look like this? Erin rolled her eyes at Reynolds. This little Lin really didn't know what modesty was. Fortunately, Reynolds added, Of course, it's also because of my little Ling miraculous hands that I was able to reach the next level. Erin smiled shyly, Reynolds, you have to have a good face shape first. I only did a little work. Reynolds looked at the blushing Erin and was very happy. He couldn't help but say, Ling you look very cute today. Erin snorted, You don't have to say that. Along the way, Erin kept reminding Reynolds about some things he had to pay attention to at the banquet. For example, he couldn't swagger when walking, He had to walk in small steps and not swing his hands too much. When standing, he had to hold his head high and maintain a smile on his face to show his confidence and joy at being able to attend the banquet. He couldn't look around, and if he wanted to see something, he had to twist his body to the front and not turn his head. Reynolds's head hurt. Jiao Chan must have taught him this. There were too many rules, and he didn't know if he could remember them all. The two rode the Earth Dragon carriage and arrived at the banquet venue in less than an hour. After the two got off the carriage, a beast tamer immediately came to receive them. The transportation in this area was all free, and the beast tamers were all hired by the city. 10 minutes later, the two arrived in front of a vast and exceptionally gorgeous villa. The lights were bright and it was very lively. There were more and more celebrities, and it was obvious that they had arrived at their destination. Reynolds felt like he was a goose that had walked into a flock of cranes. Although he looked like a crane after dressing up, he was still a goose. It was impossible to change, and he felt a little uneasy. At this moment, Erin's slender arms had already passed through the crook of his arm, intertwining with his. This was the necessary etiquette to enter the venue. Erin's towering breasts inevitably pressed against Reynolds's arm. Reynolds immediately blushed and felt rather uncomfortable. Walking through a long corridor at the entrance, his eyes suddenly opened up. This was a large courtyard that was the size of a small square. A large number of waitresses were busily moving around with plates in their hands. The food and drinks in their hands could all be enjoyed at will. All kinds of celebrities were gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. Irene nodded and smiled when she met others, greeting them. But she did not stop, because she had to first meet the master to show her respect. As for Reynolds, he could only follow suit and feel that he was no different from a prostitute. Reynolds didn't know what was going on, so he followed Erin's gaze to the other side. It was a young man dressed in black, about 18 or 19 years old. He had a handsome face, a tall and straight figure, and his manners were very elegant. He was a very charming man, and many unmarried noble ladies surrounded him, hoping to win his favor. The man smiled as he dealt with them. His behavior was very appropriate, but his eyes were like an eagle's. Reynolds felt that he was somewhat familiar. When the man saw Erin, he said "excuse me" and escaped from the ladies' encirclement. He stopped in front of the two and said with a smile, "Erin, long time no see." Reynolds took a look. Wasn't this the Knight of Leon who had been knocked unconscious by his own punishment a few days ago? Erin also had a smile on her face, but the words she said almost made Reynolds laugh to death. "Leon, you're not dead yet?" Leon still maintained his smile. "Thanks to Miss Erin, I'm still alive and well." To be able to maintain his composure after receiving such a vicious curse, this person's scheming was obviously very deep. It was the first time Reynolds had met this person since he came to King's Mainland. He couldn't help but look at him a few more times, but he didn't know what kind of conflict there was between Erin and him. Erin smiled even sweeter. "That's very good, but life is unpredictable. Mr. Leon, you have to be careful at all times every day. If you do too many things with a guilty conscience, it's easy to be unlucky. You might even fall to your death while walking." No matter how deep Leon was, he couldn't laugh in the end. His eyes flashed with a cold light, full of resentment. Erin no longer paid attention to him and pulled Reynolds straight over. Because Reynolds was wearing a hermit's cloak last time, Leon didn't recognize that Reynolds was the person who had knocked him unconscious this time. The host of tonight's banquet was the owner of the famous consumer bank of the Tang dynasty. Almost all commercial trade was under his jurisdiction. He could be said to be one of the top figures in society. The warrior was a middle-aged man in his 60s. He was flushed with success and enjoyed the blessings of every guest. Erin and Reynolds came in front of him and bowed slightly. "Mr. Warrior, thank you for your invitation. Let Erin have a pleasant night." Chen Duoduo had extensive connections and had deep or shallow friendship with almost everyone present. Hearing this, he laughed heartily and said, "Miss Erin, your arrival also makes me feel incomparably honored." "Oh, by the way, this handsome gentleman beside you is..." Reynolds saw that he was amiable, and his original nervousness dissipated slightly. Following Erin's instructions, he put his hands flat on his chest and bowed slightly in a man's way, and offered his fake name. Raphael is very happy to be able to attend this special banquet, and thank you for your invitation, Mr. Chen Duoduo. Erin added, Raphael is my friend, a student of Chang'an Academy like me. Chen Duoduo's expression immediately became respectful, and he nodded, Mr. Raphael, you've awakened your innate ability at such a young age. You really have a promising future. Of course, this was also a polite remark. In fact, Chen Duoduo had never heard of this name, but if he continued to ask, it would be rude. Reynolds hurriedly said a few modest words, and together with Erin, said a few words of blessings, and then this meeting of the host was considered to be over. Reynolds was anxious at first, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Erin took him to the back courtyard. It was a very elegant and quiet place, and compared to the bustling courtyard with people coming and going, it was a world of difference. Exotic flowers and strange plants were everywhere, and the fresh air was refreshing. The breeze was gentle, and a few people were sitting on chairs to rest. Chapter 427. Walking on the stone path, they enjoyed the quiet moment away from the world. Usually, the place where a banquet was held would have such a backyard for the participants to rest. Once they were at the banquet, they would be busy almost all the time, even if it was just some boring chatter. This kind of banquet was actually very tiring, not physically, but mentally. The hypocritical exchange of responses and smiles that did not come from the heart were even more tiring than fighting on the battlefield. Everyone was well aware of this, so the host provided a backyard for the guests who were tired of the banquet to rest a little. There were not many magic lamps here, only a few. A person's mask could be taken off here, and no one would see it. So Irene's smiling face immediately sank, and her eyes were full of anger. Even Reynolds admired her quick change of expression. He asked with concern, Ling, are you okay? Irene's chest rose and fell violently, as if she was suppressing her anger. After a while, she calmed down. Reynolds, don't worry, I'm fine. Reynolds took 2 cups of blue drink from a passing maid's plate. After she walked away, Reynolds handed one of them to Irene. Drink some hot water and calm down. Erin took it with a strange smile on her face. Thank you, my straight man Lindsay. Reynolds shook his head and asked tentatively, is it because of that Leon just now? Who is he? Irene heard this name and her expression changed again. Without waiting for Irene to answer, he added, it seems that something happened between you two. Irene took a sip of the drink. Perhaps this natural warm liquid helped her mood, but her expression was much better. She suddenly said, yes, it's because of Leon, the son of Gith, the president of the Rakshasa Empire's professional union, and the only son of the Kelly family in the super city Bergman. He's also one of the best in our academy, a 5th-year student in Chang'an Academy. Reynolds was a bit confused. How could such a powerful person be knocked out by his punishment? Although he had been working hard in the academy for a long time, he was definitely stronger than the average person. Irene was stunned for a moment and said, at the time of the academy selection, we killed each other. You know this. Reynolds nodded. Irene thought of the scene at that time and smiled bitterly. She said, it was really tragic. Several hundred students were lying on the ground, their blood flowing like a river. Although they didn't die, there were still teachers who came to save them. But that kind of scene is really comparable to a war. In the end, there were only about 30 people left. Leon, that shameless guy, is one of them. Reynolds listened quietly, his heart aching as he looked at Erin's face. The test has already ended. Perhaps it was because his bloodlust and bestial nature had been aroused. Leon, that beast, cultivated the power of darkness and began to kill in all directions. At that time, Yang was already exhausted. No, it should be said that most people were exhausted, including me. Yang saved me, but he was corroded by the power of darkness and was heavily injured. I don't know when he will wake up. Erin let out a long sigh and looked at Reynolds. Yang. That handsome young man you told me about on WeChat. Because he saved you. Erin walked over and hugged Reynolds. "All right, Lindsay, I'll go entertain the guests now. As long as you stay here, there won't be any trouble, and no one will bother you. This is a place to rest. It's really hard for you that I can't accompany you." Reynolds patted Erin's back and said, "Oh, that's really great. It's okay, Linger, go ahead." After a pause, Reynolds said, "You've really become mature and cute, generous and decent, beautiful and charming, gentle and kind." Stop. Erin covered Reynolds's mouth with one hand and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you an idiot? Am I still that me?" Without waiting for Reynolds to speak, she continued, "But you're right, I really am like that." Smiley face. Reynolds looked at Erin's cute appearance and didn't wait for her to agree before hugging her. "What are you doing? I want to go back to the dormitory with you to watch the sunrise." "Watch the sunrise? Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do." "So you found out." After Erin left, Reynolds's heart warmed. He and Erin were together now, right? Love came too fast, like a tornado. Reynolds suddenly thought of this line and felt that it was very appropriate. Some people never saw a tornado in their lives. Crossing over to another world was even rarer than seeing a tornado. Although it was a bit boring to be alone in the backyard, it was much better than boring socializing. Reynolds was still very satisfied. The only fly in the ointment was that he was hungry. He originally thought that he could eat a good meal at the banquet to soothe his stomach. But Erin told him on the way that this banquet was mainly for socializing and was different from ordinary banquets. So it was best not to eat randomly, otherwise it would be very embarrassing. Although there was a lot of food in the backyard, it was actually prepared for the children who came with the adults. The adult nobles wouldn't enjoy it, so Reynolds's plan to go on a killing spree was aborted. In the backyard, there was only fruit juice and wine to drink. If he ate in such a beautiful place, it would be too much of a bummer. When he returned to the dormitory, it was already late at night. Reynolds suddenly remembered that he hadn't bought the custard bun he promised to buy for Shijun. He slapped his forehead and thought, oh no. How could he forget what he had promised others? He was really too naughty. Thinking of this, Reynolds revealed a smile and gently pushed open the door. He found that the dormitory was completely dark. He thought to himself, don't worry, Shijun should be asleep. He also quietly went to sleep. By the next day, she might forget about this matter. After making up his mind, Reynolds gently closed the door and tiptoed onto the bed. Click. Reynolds was just about to sleep when the magic lamp was turned on. Reynolds sat up suddenly and looked at Shijun, who suddenly appeared in front of him. He was shocked. Hey! Shijun, why aren't you asleep yet? Erin thought, I slept too much during the day, how can I sleep at night? But you damn pervert, I haven't seen you for the whole day. Where did you go? Erin asked, where did you go? Why did you come back so late? You reek of alcohol. Go take a bath. Reynolds smiled bitterly, it's just a banquet. Can I not take a bath? I'm super tired. Erin shook her head firmly. Reynolds had no choice but to get out of bed. He knew that this roommate of his was a clean freak. There was no smell in the dormitory. However, he seemed to have forgotten about the custard bun. Nice. Chapter 428. Irene looked at Reynolds's back and snorted coldly. She muttered softly, I knew you would forget about my custard bun QAQ. After a warm weekend, the second day after returning to the academy, the practical class finally began. The first thing to be learned in the practical class wasn't hacking, defense, cultivation, or offensive skills. Instead, it was the spirit escape technique. It was an escape technique that could save one's life. When a martial artist encounters a powerful magical beast or even a war monster and is unable to win, the best choice is not to fight like a bull, but to escape. This isn't a disgrace. Only by staying alive can one continue to enjoy life. Continue to contribute to the Tang Empire army. This is the correct way to think. Knowing that one is no match for the enemy, but courting death is not bravery, but stupidity. Thus, the Tang Empire army not only doesn't forbid escape, but encourages it. Run more. This was before the practical class. Instructor Baroque's short and humorous explanation of the spirit escape technique caused the students to burst into laughter. In the crowd, Reynolds whispered to Irene, "Shijun, this instructor Baroque is really interesting. I like him." Irene asked curiously, "You like him?" Oh. Seeing that everyone was laughing, Baroque's tone turned serious. "But you can't just run away under any circumstances. When the magical beasts attack the city and war is imminent, those who are tasked to stop the magical beasts but run away out of fear of death are insulting to the spirit of warriors and disloyal to the Tang Empire army. We can't allow such a thing to happen. Even if we die gloriously on the battlefield, we have to protect the safety of the city. Do you all understand?" Everyone replied in unison, "Yes." It was the spirit of warriors that could be instilled in them at any moment that gave these rookies, who would one day step onto the battlefield and face the terrifying magical beasts, enough courage and unwavering belief. Baroque continued, "All right, I won't beat around the bush. Now, I'll talk about spirit escape techniques. There are many types of spirit escape techniques according to the professions. For example, the Magic Pathmaster's wind controlling technique, the Charm Master's speed talisman, the Assassin's charge technique, the Hunter's beast dash." He listed more than 10 spirit escape techniques in one breath and said, "However, what I'm going to teach you is a technique that most professions use. It's also the most basic spirit escape technique, light body technique. Don't think that basic skills are the lowest level skills. In fact, if you can use them flexibly, light body technique is just as effective as other spirit escape techniques, or even more useful. Next, I will teach you how to use the spiritual energy of the light body technique." Reynolds was also very interested in this skill. To put it bluntly, it was a displacement skill. For example, there were various heroes in King of Glory who had displacement skills, such as Hua Mulan, Jiao Chan, Miyamoto Musashi. Most importantly, the distance and speed of the displacement were completely controlled by one's mental strength. Although Reynolds didn't know what was going on with this spiritual energy, he felt that every time he used a skill, his mind would become clearer. There wasn't the slightest bit of dizziness caused by the exhaustion of spiritual energy like the teacher had said. Maybe his constitution was very special. Or maybe it was the existence of the Apocalypse bracelet. The morning class ended just like that. After eating lunch, Reynolds walked to the training field alone. According to the method taught by the teacher, he poured spiritual energy into his feet. Looking straight ahead, Reynolds instantly felt that his feet were filled with power. "Ha!" Reynolds roared loudly. His feet stomped hard on the ground, and his body flew up with a whoosh. The soles of his feet shook violently. It felt as if a bomb had exploded below him. Reynolds found himself flying straight ahead. Caught off guard, he was so scared that he danced and screamed. Of course, he also threw all the things he had just revised, such as maintaining his balance, to the back of his mind. Bang! The unlucky Reynolds directly crashed into a big tree 7 meters in front of him. There was an intimate contact between them, and then he bounced back to the ground. Reynolds almost had a concussion from the fall. He couldn't get up on all fours. His eyes were twinkling, and the sky was filled with little stars. Reynolds rubbed his forehead, and it took him a long time to recover. Although his head didn't hurt anymore, Reynolds could clearly feel a wave of tiredness in his mind. Reynolds knew that this was the result of using his spiritual energy. It could also be said that his spiritual energy was insufficient. However, the use of this skill made Reynolds incomparably shocked. The laws of physics in this world were completely different from those on Earth. Every place, every corner of the king's realm was filled with spiritual energy. As long as it was a person, they could use the surrounding spiritual energy to cultivate skills. Some people were born with extraordinary talents. Their whole body was filled with spiritual energy, and then they would awaken innate skills. People with innate skills would cultivate their skills much faster than those mediocre people. Reynolds's heart was moved. He began to seriously review the knowledge he had recently learned in the training field. Mastering it through a comprehensive study, he unceasingly cultivated, wiping away his sweat. He unceasingly practiced magic arts, various skills, and his body's own tempering. This was the majority of Reynolds's time in the school. He had to achieve victory in the upcoming inter-class competition. He must become stronger. He must become stronger. He must become stronger. This was Reynolds's biggest goal. After returning to the dormitory, Reynolds found that it was empty. His roommate Shijun wasn't there. It's already noon. Did Shijun go to eat alone? Reynolds shook his head and walked out of the dormitory. Along the way, the students around him were discussing spiritedly. Hey, did you hear? Dean Randolph personally came to check on today's tests. It can't be. Why not? Let's go quickly. Let's go see Dean Randolph. We won't be able to see him if we're late. Reynolds suddenly remembered that after today's class, he had to go to the training field to test his own data. This test data was equivalent to an exam. It could clearly measure the knowledge and skills that the students had grasped during this period of time. Then, the teachers would guide the students according to their characteristics. The most important thing was that Dean Randolph would come to supervise and guide him personally. It was like Jordan watching you play basketball. In the training field, Reynolds saw that many students' hands were trembling. They were afraid that they wouldn't perform well in front of Randolph. Reynolds felt that a big shot like Randolph was willing to come to the lower classes testing field. This kind of equal treatment was a very great thing. Unfortunately, it was unnecessary. Many people were too nervous and couldn't perform well. It seemed that this old guy was really an idiot. In terms of management and guidance, he was indeed inferior to the representative of the Devil Path Academy, Angela. Chapter 429. It was said that although the Martial Arts Academy and the Diabolism Academy both belonged to Chang'an Academy, everyone here knew that the two branches were sworn enemies. And the Martial Arts Academy had always been suppressed by its sworn enemy. Reynolds had long known the reason. Apart from their bad luck and not being able to recruit as many outstanding talents as the Diabolism Academy, the Martial Arts Academy itself had some problems. Most of the instructors had been infected by Rudolph's dullness. The more serious ones were as if they would chop you up if you bothered them for a while. Which student dared to ask questions? Naturally, it was difficult for them to improve. A fiery arrow flew to the center of the field, where a drum-shaped tester that looked like stone but wasn't stone, jade but wasn't jade. It immediately burst open, and the flames were quickly absorbed like water meeting a sponge. The basic cultivation technique instructor, Jack, read out the data loudly. Gabriel, physical damage 358, fire damage 277, overall damage 565. Good, next, green eye. The overall damage here, in addition to the physical impact, also included the characteristics of each element, such as the heat of fire, the hardness of gold, the vitality of wood, the flexibility of water, the gravity of earth, and the sharpness of wind. A male elven magic archer, Gabriel, who had just taken the test, walked down the stage dejectedly. Elves usually had better control over the elements, and he was also one of the best in Renault's class. It was a pity that he had failed the test and was unable to display his usual strength. Seeing his performance, Rudolph's face was still dull. He was neither surprised nor happy, and there was no emotional fluctuation. The examinee this time was Ching Tong, a female student whose skin was green all over. Even her nails and hair were green. From afar, she looked like a plant. She was from the master of the forest clan and was proficient in the wood element. She was also one of the powerful figures in Reynolds' class. Green Eye took out a shiny dagger and held it in a reverse grip. She secretly channeled her spiritual power. Soon, a layer of green mist wrapped around the dagger, steaming and curling like a poisonous snake. Wood elemental spiritual energy seemed to be rather strange. And its characteristics were indeed strange. The wood element magic fighting energy was active. When it entered the enemy's body, it would not destroy the base spirit to a certain extent and then disappear. It would invade bit by bit like maggots in the tarsal bone, which was very troublesome. Many assassins were of the wood element. After a successful attack, the enemy would have to deal with the spirit energy invading their body. This distraction gave the assassin a great opportunity, which could be said to be very vicious. Ching Tong was the assassin. She appeared to be more reserved and rarely interacted with others in class. At this moment, she was also silent. She stood 5 meters away from the testing machine with her knees slightly bent. Suddenly, her body shot forward like an arrow and at the same time, she stabbed the dagger in her hand into the testing machine. Light body technique. The students exclaimed in surprise. Their light body technique and displacement techniques were not effective yet. They could only leap about 4 meters forward. They did not expect Ching Tong to have reached such a level. She was standing 5 meters away from the tester, but it didn't mean that she could advance 5 meters because the tester was in front of her, eliminating the residual force. Based on this calculation, Ching Tong should be able to advance at least 8 meters, which was a very impressive result. Jack's expression changed slightly, but he still quickly read out the numbers. Physical damage 543, would active damage 450, overall damage 993. Even Jack was surprised by these numbers. He did not expect such a powerful talent to appear in the lower class. This assassin was indeed powerful. She used the momentum of the light body technique to increase her physical damage to more than 500. However, her wood activity could not be underestimated. What was more rare was her mental fortitude. In front of Rudolph, she performed better than usual. It was a pity that Rudolph was still petrified, as if he did not see it. After a pause, Jack said, "Very good. Next, Andy." There were still many testers in front of him. Reynolds felt a little bored. Plus, he had trained too hard last night, so he took a nap. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the testing field. Of course, most of them were mocking and ridiculing. The most shocking was actually Reynolds's friend, Linker, who he had just met not long ago. He could not believe that Reynolds was so weak, nor was he willing to believe that Reynolds was so weak. There were only 2 people in the testing field who were calm. One was Yu-ji. She did not think that her roommate was very strong. After a long period of training in the academy, Yu-ji at most admitted that he was very hardworking. Also, the strength of his talent skills was very strong. So now, seeing Reynolds's numbers, she did not feel that it was strange. The other person was the dean of the academy, Rudolph. Reynolds crawled off the testing field dejectedly. Although he was the first to fail in the class, and could even be said to be the only one with such poor results among the freshmen, Reynolds was not dejected because of this. It was because after using his true strength, he realized that his results were not passing. It was as if his long time of hard work was somewhat in vain. This made Reynolds a little vexed. However, Reynolds was wrong. Reynolds was a very ordinary person. To be able to cultivate to such a number, if placed on Earth, it would not be difficult for him to beat a dozen of peak martial arts muscular men. Next, the others also did the test. Yuji's numbers were above average. She was not the best, but she was better than the average person. It seemed that she had concealed some of her strength. After the test, Rudolph, who had not spoken or moved, walked over. He walked straight to Reynolds, pointed at him, and said, "You, follow me." Then he turned and left. Everyone was stunned. Reynolds was a little strange. Could it be that because he failed, he was going to be disciplined by this fossil? The others' eyes were full of sympathy. Only Jack was thoughtful. "Dean Rudolph, I will work harder in the future. I will not be lazy, and I will not let down the teachers, the academy, and the people of the empire." As soon as Reynolds entered the dean's office, he immediately took the initiative to admit his mistake. This was a trick he had learned when he was caught skipping classes in junior high and high school. This way, the teachers would feel that he was repentant and would not scold him too much. Unfortunately, Rudolph did not fall for this trick. He only said, "Sit down, let's talk slowly." Reynolds was really flattered. He thought that he could only stand and be scolded. He did not expect Rudolph to invite him to sit. The big shot was too polite, which was beyond Reynolds's expectations. As a result, he felt uneasy, not knowing what would happen. After Rudolph sat down, he slowly said, "This student, Your name is Reynolds, right? Reynolds nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Well, student Reynolds, your control of spiritual power is the best in the class. Very good. Chapter 430. Reynolds mumbled, Dean Rudolph, you really know how to joke. It was obvious that he didn't even pass the test just now. Reynolds thought that Rudolph was being sarcastic. Could it be that Rudolph saw through his concealment of strength? Rudolph's eyes lit up. He was completely different from the usual dull old man. Now, he was showing the demeanor of a strong man. Reynolds, let's not beat around the bush. You must have concealed your strength at that time, right? Although you looked like you were doing your best, I didn't feel a big fluctuation of spiritual power. This proves that you were very relaxed when you punched. Moreover, how can the acting head of the Holy Knights be weak? And most importantly, your body has a fresh smell. It's like a smell that even I haven't felt before. Rudolph reached out and grabbed Reynolds's wrist. He took off his sleeve and looked at the bracelet on his wrist. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Reynolds and asked in a deep voice, How did you get this? Sure enough, it was because of this bracelet. Athena and Hua Mulin had told him about it. Even the deceased Madame Black Scorpion said that it was an ominous object. Reynolds thought for a moment and told the whole story of the bracelet. He just omitted the underworld in the bracelet. When he heard that Reynolds and Athena knew each other and took risks, Rudolph was surprised. Athena, that woman, actually allowed you to stay by her side. Reynolds nodded and said, I don't know, maybe we're birds of a feather. Looking at Rudolph's disbelieving eyes, Reynolds smiled and said, maybe Athena likes me. Hehe, don't you think so, Dean? Rudolph didn't expect this seemingly calm young man to be so shameless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, Forget it. That's not important. What's important is the bracelet. Rudolph sighed and said, From now on, don't show the bracelet to others. Reynolds nodded. Even if Rudolph didn't ask him to, he wouldn't be stupid enough to show the bracelet to others. Be my student. Reynolds was surprised. He looked at Rudolph in front of him and asked, Be your student? Rudolph nodded and said, I believe in my eyes. But, seeing that Reynolds was still surprised, Rudolph smiled and said, If I say that I just don't want to lose to that little girl Angela, is that reason enough? There was nothing they could do about it. Because Rudolph was getting older and older, he no longer had the energy to manage the Martial Arts Academy or even the entire Rudolph Academy. Therefore, they always lost to Angela's Magic Academy in the annual school tournament. Most importantly, there weren't any outstanding figures among the new students of the academy. But, the Demonic Path Academy had recruited several young heroes from prestigious families. If he guessed correctly, the top 8 freshmen would be taken by them. Then, the Martial Arts Academy would be in an awkward position. Reynolds became serious and asked, Dean, the skill you want to teach me. At this time, Rudolph said word by word, Storm Kill. This old man, who had never admitted defeat in his entire life, was finally showing signs of dejection after the academy he managed had been suppressed by the Demon Path Academy for many years. In recent years, the number of talents in the academy had withered away. After all, when one was old, one's state of mind couldn't be compared with a newborn calf that was not afraid of anything and would continue to run after falling down. Reynolds saw that Rudolph's face looked much older when he sighed. His blood boiled and he said, Dean, don't worry, I will never lose face for our academy. Listening to Reynolds's excited and confident answer, Rudolph seemed to see himself in the past, a hot-blooded and energetic young man. He comforted him and said, Good, good. Young people need confidence. Even if you fail, as long as you have the courage to try and challenge, you will succeed one day. He paused for a moment and said, Stormkill is a profound skill. Even if it is a basic skill, it will still be difficult to learn in a short time. Reynolds, just do your best. You don't need to force yourself. I am very satisfied with your ambition and sense of collective honor. At that moment, he told Reynolds how to operate, release, and balance the spiritual power of Stormkill. Although it was only a basic skill, it was still very complicated. The soul of this skill was wind. It was not an ordinary wind. It was the most powerful tornado in nature. It could easily lift up a 10,000-ton ship. The most important thing was that using this skill consumed a lot of spiritual power. Rudolph still taught Reynolds this skill with more than 10 days left before the assembly. It was mainly because of his precise control of the elements. Maybe he could really create a miracle and grasp it in such a short time. Generally speaking, one's spiritual power had to reach a certain level to be able to practice Stormkill. However, Reynolds was an exception. Under Rudolph's guidance, Reynolds was told that the Apocalypse Bracelet was an inexhaustible artifact. At any time, the bracelet could absorb the spiritual elements in the king's realm. In order to make it easier for him to understand, Rudolph took Reynolds to the field. Although it was only one night, to be able to get the personal guidance of the skill's owner was better than any profound and thorough theory. The two found a secluded place. After all, the dean was personally teaching a student, and it was his famous Stormkill. This kind of thing was really too rare. If it attracted a large number of onlookers, Reynolds wouldn't be able to practice peacefully even if he wanted to. Okay, Reynolds, you try it according to my method. The target is this tree in front of you. Rudolph pointed at a tree that was more than 20 meters tall. Its roots were coiled with serpents, and its trunk was covered with scales. It was so big that it could only be hugged with both hands. This tree was really too thick and solid, and it was also incomparably hard. Because of its skin, it was called the dragon scale tree. Students usually used it to practice their balance control. Because many magic beasts were also covered with scales, metal weapons would easily rebound when they hit them. If they didn't learn how to react to emergencies, they would be attacked to death. Among the skills he learned, only sword chi and the like could cause a lot of damage to the dragon scale tree. Other physical skills such as weapons, as well as spiritual power weapons, would be useless. It would be good if he could peel off one or two of its scales. Reynolds blushed with shame. Dean Rudolph, I'm afraid. Rudolph smiled and interrupted him. Just try it as a target. Use the strength you used in the test today. Don't use the power of the Apocalypse Bracelet. Looking at you, you won't use the Apocalypse Bracelet, right? Chapter 431. Hearing Rudolph's question, Reynolds hesitated and said, I don't know, but every time I practice, no matter how tired I am, I always recover very quickly. Rudolph nodded, that's right. You can continue, just like how you normally cultivate. Reynolds said, okay. Then he picked up a long sword. Originally, he could use Stormkill without a weapon. But Rudolph said that in a battle, when the two sides' weapons collided, under the huge force, sometimes there would be unpredictable balance errors, exposing defense flaws. Even the top experts were no exception. It was just that they could reduce the number of mistakes to the minimum, and the degree of their mistakes was minimal. The flaws were so weak that they could almost be ignored. Stormkill was even more effective when the weapons collided, and it was impossible to guard against. So Reynolds accepted his advice. Under Rudolph's guidance, he quickly gathered the spiritual power in his body, and then he swung his sword at the dragon-scaled tree. Bang! The tree trembled slightly and then returned to normal. A light breeze drifted out from the long saber in Reynolds's hand, blowing the grass in front of him and causing it to bend backward. Rudolph nodded and said, well, you can make such a strong wind on your first try, not bad. But according to the deviation of the wind, you added too much spiritual power. Note, although the gathering of spiritual power and the skill are instantaneous, the process of the spiral spiritual power is relatively continuous. During the whole process, the fusion of spiritual power has to be balanced. If there is a slight deviation in the middle, the spiritual power will be wasted. Oh! Reynolds nodded, and then he swung his sword at the tree again. The spiritual power is too strong this time. Rudolph only commented briefly. Reynolds swung his sword again. The wind is weaker than before. Because of the two failures of the fusion, you hesitated midway. However, The tornado kill is about pressing forward with an indomitable momentum. You can't hesitate because you need to control the fusion and balance of the spiritual power. The coordination of the footwork is wrong, the center of gravity has to be lowered by 5 centimeters. The posture of swinging the sword is wrong, the power is not enough, it is easy to be bounced away, and the skill will hit somewhere else. Every time Reynolds swung his sword, Rudolph immediately pointed out the mistakes in his practice. Storm Kill was a large collection of martial arts, not as simple as the fusion of spiritual power. However, the fusion of spiritual power was the key to the soul. Reynolds didn't know how many thousands of times he had swung his blade and swallowed hundreds of recovery pills. Unknowingly, it was already close to midnight, but there was still no significant progress. This kind of micromanipulation of the abnormal balance of spiritual power was like a grown man playing with an embroidery needle. It was indescribably difficult and required an amazing amount of patience. If it was someone with a more irritable personality, they would have directly shot him to death. Reynolds felt that even if he had to perform an attack that exceeded his spiritual energy limit, it would probably be much easier than practicing this. However, after several months of hard work, he had already cultivated enough patience and willpower to continue trying without discouragement. The other party was the esteemed principal, yet he had still squeezed out precious time to guide the other party until now. How could he possibly give up now? Bang! After another collision with the tree knife, the situation became slightly abnormal. The grass at the back was blown to different places by the wind. Some were in front, some were behind, some were to the left, some were to the right, some were to the front, some were to the back, some were to the left, some were to the right. Seeing this, Rudolph was overjoyed. Good, good. You can actually release the spiral chi. Reynolds, I didn't misjudge you. You really are the best candidate to learn the killing storm. Then Rudolph looked at Reynolds and said, now, use your bracelet and use the spiritual power in it for yourself. Swing this knife. Hearing this, Reynolds' bracelet shone brightly. He looked straight ahead and enchanted the long knife with spiritual power. Then, he used all his strength to swing it out. Bang! Like a mini tornado, the dragon scale tree in front of him was like a hollow tree trunk. With a cracking sound, it was easily swept up into the sky by the tornado. This was not enough. The tornado's remaining power was still strong, and the whole lawn on the ground was turned over from the bottom. It wasn't until the tornado flew dozens of meters away that it slowly dissipated. So powerful, Reynolds looked at the result of his actions in a daze. Good, good, good. Rudolph said good 3 times in one breath. It was enough to show how happy Rudolph was at the moment. Reynolds, although you just learned it, the killing storm already has such power. Reynolds, you really are the best student I've ever met in my life. Ha ha ha. Looking at how happy the dean was, Reynolds could only touch his forehead in embarrassment. Reynolds, remember, practice according to my method, and your maelstrom killing technique will become stronger and stronger. I'm looking forward to the academy tournament. Rudolph patted Reynolds' shoulder and encouraged him with a smile. Reynolds was quite moved. He said, Dean, don't worry. I won't let you down, you've worked hard. Rudolph sighed. I'm old, and my energy is not as good as before. In the past, I used to practice hard all night. Now, I just stand for a while and I feel tired. No matter how strong a person was, after aging, the vitality of the spirit would never be as good as when they were young. This was the capital of youth. After saying that, Rudolph used the light body technique and went away. His light body technique was as good as his martial arts. He was agile and steady, like a meteor catching up with the moon. After 2 ups and downs, he was already out of sight. Reynolds couldn't help but marvel. Although the dean's light body technique was not as gorgeous and dazzling, it was not slow and was comparable to Athena's strength. He didn't know when he could reach that level. After sighing, Reynolds continued to practice patiently like he was learning embroidery. The tournament was approaching day by day, and he didn't have much time left. Back in the dormitory, Reynolds looked at Shijun, who had fallen asleep, and sighed. For 2 whole months, he had been practicing in the Chang'an Academy. Touching his 8-pack abs and pinching the muscles on his arms, Reynolds's lips curled up. It was all thanks to the abundant spiritual power in this world, which was so suitable for practicing. The first skill he learned was the powerful killing storm. If he kept working hard, the future would be better. Reynolds gradually fell asleep with this thought. On the last day before the tournament, Reynolds didn't plan to practice. After all, it was not easy to bear overload for a long time. There had to be a buffer. Moreover, Reynolds had a more important thing to do: buy armor. Usually, Reynolds would wear the few sets of armor given by the academy in class. They were the lowest grade ones, made of animal skin. For newbie warriors who had just entered the profession, this kind of light armor was just right for them. Some armors with strong defensive power, but too heavy, would be difficult for them to bear with their weak strength, and would only have the opposite effect in battle. Chapter 432. Reynolds, an earthling, had never been interested in armor. If not for the academy's special request or when he was training, he would usually dress casually. However, facing such an important day like the tournament, this outfit was different. A good set of armor could raise the strength of a fighter to a higher level, and when challenging a monster, it could be used to protect one's life. Most importantly, wearing a cool armor could highlight one's heroic figure and make one look more handsome. As for what kind of armor he should buy to suit his own characteristics, Reynolds still had no idea. The other warriors had different characteristics compared to his own, so it would be difficult to ask them anything. Therefore, Reynolds decided to ask for Rudolph's opinion. However, Reynolds was a little hesitant before he came to the office because he saw that Rudolph was very busy with tomorrow's tournament. He was like an ant on a hot pan. It would not be good to disturb him now. Fortunately, Reynolds did not need to hesitate because Rudolph had already seen him and waved. "Reynolds, you're here. I was just about to look for you." Reynolds walked into the office and said, "Dean Rudolph, what can I do for you?" Rudolph said as he sorted out the materials, "The tournament is starting tomorrow. I see that you don't usually wear decent armor. This won't do." Reynolds thought to himself, what a coincidence, they thought of the same thing. "Dean, I came here today to ask for your advice. What kind of armor is best for me to use in a situation like mine? Soft or hard armor, light or heavy armor?" Rudolph laughed. "Don't worry, I've already prepared it. No matter how strong you are, you're still a freshman and lack real combat experience. Especially in a duel with a master, you may lose if you're not careful. A good set of armor will at least increase your chances of winning. You're the biggest hope of our academy's freshmen. Of course, I have to take special care of you." Reynolds was so happy that he was about to laugh out loud. The armor that the dean had personally prepared for him was definitely something good. It was truly timely help. As Rudolph spoke, he took out the thing he had mentioned from his spatial ring. It was a set of folded gray armor. There were no fancy patterns on it, and it was not made of shiny metal. It was as inconspicuous as Rudolph himself. Rudolph unfolded the armor and proudly said, "What do you think?" Reynolds scrutinized it for a long time before giving an honest evaluation. Apart from the design being a little old-fashioned, it seems to be pretty good. He was a little disappointed. This fellow didn't look much better than the one given out by the academy. Rudolph almost fainted. "You really don't know what's good for you. This is mobile armor. Normally, only the joints can move freely, and it will more or less affect the user's movements. Mobile armor, on the other hand, was different. In addition to being able to fold freely, every part of it could be stretched and contracted freely. Wearing it was similar to wearing cotton clothes. What was even rarer was that the material was the skin of the Qinglan fish from the Storm Strait. The skin of this monster fish had excellent defense and was as soft and slippery as oil. When weapons hit it, it was easy to slide away and deviate from the body. It was one of the best soft armor materials. However, the chances of the Qinglan fish leaving behind materials after their deaths were shockingly low. Usually, they would turn into spiritual energy. Only one piece of fish skin out of 10,000 fish could be guaranteed. Back then, when I was practicing the art of balance and absolute stormkill on the storm strait, I didn't know how many Qinglan fish I had to kill to gather enough materials for a full set of armor. For assassin-type warriors like you who don't have high spiritual energy but can use it at an amazing speed, it's practically tailor-made for you. Reynolds scratched his head. So that's how it is. It sounds good. Rudolph rolled his eyes. It doesn't sound good. It's absolutely good. This set of armor is called Wavebreaker. It was my favorite toy in my early years. Reynolds said embarrassedly, Dean, you should keep it. How can I take it away? Rudolph said, it doesn't matter. Compared to people at our level, its defensive power is too insignificant. It's almost the same as wearing it. It's better to give it to you. You can contribute more to the academy. Even so, there was still some nostalgia in his eyes. After all, this set of armor had accompanied him since he was young. They had gone through ups and downs together and had witnessed his growth. They had cultivated a certain degree of affection for each other. It was almost like an old friend who had known each other for many years. Rudolph stroked the armor twice as if he was saying goodbye. He quickly passed it to Reynolds. After all, it was best for the armor to play its role on the battlefield instead of lying dormant in the space ring. That would be too much of a waste for it. Reynolds took it and saw a small piece of blue jade at the heart of the armor. It was very beautiful. The jade was constantly bubbling, like a fish exhaling. This was the only outstanding part of the armor's appearance. Without exception, the other parts were all grey scales. Reynolds pointed at the blue gem. Dean, what's the use of this thing? Rudolph nodded. It's the crystal core of the magic Qinglan fish. The chance of getting it is much lower than the fish skin. I only got one. Although the Qinglan fish skin is a dead object, it is alive to a certain extent. Its soul is this crystal core. It can establish a summoning contract. Even if it is accidentally lost or stolen, it can be recovered through summoning. In addition, when it is damaged, as long as the degree of damage is not too excessive, it can repair itself. After listening to Rudolph list out the advantages of the armor, Reynolds finally realized how precious this set of armor was. He rubbed his hands together and said with difficulty, Dean, are you really giving it to me? Rudolph smiled. Do you think I will go back on my words? I have already cancelled the summoning contract with Paulang. After the two of you re-establish a contract, you will be its next master. As long as you don't cancel the contract, no one can take it away from you. Be it the most loyal pet or the most loyal armor. Rudolph immediately passed the contract to Reynolds and began the master recognition ceremony again. When Reynolds walked out of the dean's office, he did not feel the weight of the armor increase. His movements did not change. On the contrary, Paulang was as light as a feather. Just like Rudolph said, it was like a piece of cloth. It also had excellent flexibility and did not affect the movement of the whole body. On this day, Reynolds only practiced the daily routine of spiritual circulation. The rest of the time was reserved for rest. At night, he chatted with Erin, but it didn't take long before he went to bed. This was the first time Reynolds went to bed so early since he was bored and went to the training field every day. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.